Okay, good afternoon. It's good to see all of you here. Looks like it's a standing room only crowd today. We'll call this regular board meeting for Wednesday, September 28th, 2022 to order at 5:35 p.m. Roll call, please, Marcella.
Director Bancus? Here. Director Daniels? Director Jorgensen?
Here.
Director Loma? Here. Director Malpacum?
Here.
Director Nelson? Here. Director Ott? Here.
Okay, we have a full attendance today from the board here. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Director Daniels, can you please make the motion to adopt the agenda?
Yes, I can. I move that the Board of Education adopt the agenda as amended by removing items D1 contract awards and D2 budget transfers, appropriations, or FTE approvals as there are no contract awards or budget transfers, appropriations, or FTE approvals.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please, Marcella.
Director Bancus? Aye. Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And the agenda is adopted. May I please have Timothy Garland, counselor at Russell Elementary, to lead us today in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right.
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Garland. I don't think you should go too far because I think you're going to be recognized pretty soon. Awards and recognitions. Superintendent Call, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Malpacum, and the board and the public for being here this evening. What a great honor for us to have 3 exemplary awards for Counselors of the Year. That would like to bring forward Timothy Garland, being selected as the 2022 Colorado School Counselor Association High School Counselor of the Year, Cassidy Bristol for Elementary School Counselor of the Year, and Sarah Clapham for the 2022 Middle School Counselor of the Year. Please come forward.
Gonna do 2 on the count. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
So congratulations to all 3 of you, the 2 of you who are here and the other counselor too from West. I mentioned that Mr. Garland is a counselor right now at Russell Middle School, but last year he was at Doherty, and that's why he got that award for Counselor of the Year for high school. And if I'm right, Deborah, this is the 2nd year in a row all 3 of our counselors have received this award. So it's a clean sweep, 2 years in a row. So we got a really strong counseling department out there. Often I hear we don't have enough counselors in our schools, so I think you do the job for 2, and so we don't need as many counselors when you have exceptional counselors like you. So thank you for your service. Next on the agenda is the school spotlight, and today we have Odyssey Early College and Career Options. Superintendent Gall, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, hi. If Principal Sean Norman can come forward and prepare his or be ready for his presentation. And just to frame for everyone, if you're not familiar with our early college opportunity, Odyssey had our strongest results on CMS last year, and it is not where all the smartest kids go to school. So I've asked Sean to be very particular in sharing how they set a very high expectation and have the right and correctly timed supports to ensure that all our children are achieving and actually exceeding their potential. Go ahead, Sean.
Good evening, Superintendent Gall and Board. I'm very excited to be able to highlight Odyssey here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through a brief presentation of materials and I think get to the most important things, which I'm sure is questions about how we do this here. So first of all, I want to highlight that about Odyssey, we are grades 9 through 12. We do carry an early college high school designation for the state of Colorado. There's only 20 schools in the state of Colorado that currently have this designation. We also have a career and technical education program attached to us in the form of career pathways at the Roy J. Watson Academic Campus. Odyssey Echo is also turning 10. We're kind of a bit of a baby school here, and we opened in 2013 with 52 students and, believe it or not, 8 graduates that year. Our 2022 SPF rating, the school performance framework or school report card, if you want to think about it in that way, we are rated as performance at 74.4 points. During the pandemic, we were able to grow our school and not decline, which was just beautiful. We have a FAFSA completion rate here for last year for 2022 at 84%. If I remember right, that's the highest in the district. I have counselors that are like pit bulls, and they hunt down students to make sure to get that done. And our current enrollment numbers here for the 22-23 school year is we're at 306 students, and on the career pathway side of things, we have 377 individual students enrolled. So just to summarize what Odyssey is about, Odyssey Early College and Career Options partners with Pikes Peak State College, Metro State, University of Denver, University of Colorado at Denver, and Colorado State University of Pueblo to offer a coherent and structured curriculum with a high school and college level work blended into a single academic program. Our students' goal is to graduate with an associate's degree or 60 credit hours towards their bachelor's degree and a high school diploma. And of note, not on the summary here, is that we have an individual graduation requirement set aside for Odyssey Early College and Career Options and IKF. Our individual graduation requirement is 60 credit hours and associate's degree for Odyssey. It's unique that a board supported that here, but we did that 4 years with you here to make sure that we can accelerate our kids towards that end goal. So what we offer to our students, when it comes to course offerings here, our academic program is offered to students in a 95-minute block schedule, and that's per semester. So students attend a combination of honors and college level work when they join us here with a maximum of up to 15 college credit hours per semester that they will take. Block classes, like I mentioned, are all semester long, so we can meet those seat hours for the college credits. And those classes meet 3 days a week. On Mondays, we have a shortened schedule, which is an advisory day. It's kind of like prime the pump for the week kind of day, right? Sequencing, when freshmen join Odyssey and incoming students, they are enrolled in college preparation courses in the form of honors classes in English, algebra, multicultural U.S. history, biology, AVID, and career and technical education. And then those students add college-level courses to their academic schedules once they're prepared and qualified. Odyssey likes to kind of jokingly say that kids level themselves up. They don't follow scope and sequence. So if they want to advance, they have to have that grit, that determination, perseverance to be able to show us that they are ready for that level of rigor. So some highlights and features. First of all, we're unique with our college prep. So Odyssey Early College and Career Options supports their students through AVID and what's called Sophomore Seminar. So these courses are kind of like the glue that kind of holds it all together, right? Those college preparatory tools that students need, those often kind of passe kind of like soft skills that people kind of jokingly say that kids need more of, they get a big serving of those when they go to those courses here. And the goal is that students take AVID and these college prep classes as a co-requisite with their first college courses. So they're not walking blindly into taking a college experience. They're walking it with a co-requisite class that feeds them the skills that they need to have to be successful in those courses. And when it comes to concurrent enrollment, right off the bat, and Superintendent Gall hit it in the head, is that our students aren't the top students in the whole district. They're the students that want to take on a rigorous academic experience. So we offer to them right away. 100% of our students, when they join Odyssey, take their first concurrent enrollment class starting in 9th grade. And that's typically in a world language, so they can understand the rigor of what a college experience feels like. And as students progress forward, they will take close to a full college course load. That's anywhere between 9 and 12 college credit hours starting in about the second semester of their 10th grade year. So I want to emphasize as well, too, is Odyssey is not only just about college, it's about giving kids some career exploration kind of experience as well, too. And that's where our Career Pathways program comes in. So during students' 10th grade year, they take their career and technical education classes as a way to kind of get some in-depth project-based learning and do some career exploration, because just getting a degree isn't enough. Having a direction is super important as well, too. So a lot of our students need just exposure to do that. They know that they want to work hard enough, they'll put the perseverance in, the long, hard hours to get it, but they also need exposure to different careers and options and ideas, and to even explore the ideas that maybe their career doesn't even exist just yet as well, too. And then finally, just want to talk really briefly about outcomes. So last year, 77% of our 2022 class graduated with an associate's degree. And the average number of college credit hours earned from that group of kids was 55. That's phenomenal. I can't tell you there's not very many places that have those types of numbers. And I talked to my counseling department just recently, and we do credit reviews for each one of our graduating classes at the start of the year, and 92% of our students are on track to graduate with an associate's degree at this time. So we continue to move that bar higher and higher for our students. So what's next here at Odyssey Early College and Career Options? So we have just applied to become a CLEP examination site here. And if you're not aware what CLEP is, it allows students to go ahead and take a college level examination test to show prior knowledge for college credit. So why aren't we allowing students to go ahead and show off a little bit and get that reward out of taking that test? We're also exploring post-secondary options through the National Education Equity Lab. We're looking at courses from Stanford, Howard, Cornell right now, and we're going to be making some judgment calls here about what's best for our kids here soon. And then finally, on the college side here, career maps. We're putting a big focus on that, kind of reference that a little bit in that career exploration piece around career pathways. But the focus is going to be about certifications, 2-year and 4-year degrees, and what paths and what things that you need to do now so you can benefit about those later. On the career and technical education side here, we're making movements to align more college courses to feed university degrees and programs here in this area and beyond. And we're also continuing to kind of sharpen our tools around industry-level certification offerings and placement into internships that lead to careers straight out of high school. And I'm not talking about just like minimum wage careers. I'm talking about a living wage career for a lot of these students here. And so I provided you a great example here. Recently, we just entered into our first kind of corporate partnership with Comfort Inn and Suites. That's opening up off of Powers, a brand new hotel that hasn't even opened up yet. And they're going to allow us to use their hotel as a lab experience for a hospitality program. And ultimately, if everything works out, students will go through their training program, get an interview at the end of their internship, and a job offer if all goes well, too, on top of the certifications that come with it as well, too. And again, on the career side as well, too, there is an emphasis on college career maps, taking a look at certifications, 2-year and 4-year degrees. So I didn't want to spend all my time talking about this because I know questions are equally important here. So first of all, I want to say thank you for listening to me and highlighting me. Secondly, what questions can I answer for you?
Thank you. Thank you, Principal Norman. I've visited your campus several times, and I've been at your graduations, spoken at your graduations, look at the list of your graduates and all the scholarships that they earn at the end of the year, some to Ivy League colleges. And I thought these were the smartest kids in our campus. Now you're coming in telling me that these are not the smartest kids, but they've got the perseverance and hard work. That's awesome. And as the saying goes, like hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. So that's a shining example of what you have in your campus, kids that are willing to persevere.
Thank you. I think we can all say there's an analog to our own lives in that capacity as well, too, as we look back, is that I wasn't that student that excelled in high school either, but I did find the perseverance and grit to be able to go back and get 4 college degrees. And it wasn't because I feel that I was smart, it's because I was able to work my butt off and put in the effort. And that's what we expect out of our students, to do that as well, too.
Yeah.
We expect them to basically accelerate themselves by 2 years stepping into this experience.
Yeah, the work ethic is so critical. Board members, comments or questions? Director Nelson.
Hi, I had Odyssey as one of my schools to tour last year, and I really enjoyed the tour, and you guys are doing some amazing things there. My first question is, what do you need? How can we help you all as a board to go bigger and better? I mean, you've already got so much going for you, but...
I would just love to be highlighted more so we can celebrate this great work that these students are doing here, and put this out in front of everyone that this is an option. If you want to pursue this option, though, it comes with a high level of rigor and expectation to be able to perform as well, too.
So marketing.
Marketing is great, anytime, yeah.
I was curious, I know there's some other schools in the community, I won't name them, that have college in their name, that have a 5th year, or what they call a super senior year. Do we have that also? I'm just curious how we...
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic question, and the answer is yes. State law permits us to offer students a 5th year. That wasn't always the case. The law changed about 4 years ago around early colleges. The state figured out really, really quick that you can hold on to a student up to 21 years of age, and that becomes a financial obligation that's hard to meet all the time. So they capped it at a 5th year. We do have students that do take a 5th year, 1 semester, or both semesters to finish up that degree. And that's our promise to them, too, is that if they're willing to put in that extra effort in that 5th year, we'll support that success in doing that.
Okay, great. I'm trying to talk my neighbors into sending their kids to your school. but-
Awesome.
Yeah, there was a student a while back that graduated with even a bachelor's degree from you.
That's correct. We've had the experience before the law changed where we held on to a student just shy of 21 that they graduated with 120 credit hours and a bachelor's degree. We've also had the experience here recently of students earning double associate degrees as well, too. And we've also had students go into other programs at PPSC, I'm still getting used to saying SC part here, where they've earned a degree that was upwards to 90 credit hours.
Amazing. So much less burden on the parents having to, pay for the college, or students taking on debt.
Absolutely. For most families, this translates into a student that goes to UCCS, our average D11 student goes post-secondary. It probably translates into about $56,000 worth of savings for a family.
Director Jorgensen.
I mean, the question there is, why wouldn't you come take advantage of this? So I loved all the pieces on the college and the career piece. Do you have any programs that support entrepreneurs, small business owners launching? I mean, part of that career side, there's some of us that kind of have that bend. And for me, I had that bend, but I went traditional college, became an educator, and then finally came back to it, and now I'm a business owner. So for those kids that go, man, I would rather just go right into this, do you have anything that offers that we can look at for them?
Absolutely. Dr. Keith Clayton, he's part of our career pathways, and he offers a business program.
Awesome.
And what we're currently doing right now is taking a look at our college alignment and how that would feed into programming for post-secondary places. Right now, we're taking a really hard look at CSU Pueblo with the Colorado Promise, as I think you might all be aware of. That could translate into taking those college-level courses through career pathways, and then walking it over to CSU Pueblo and taking that scholarship. And it could be, for some students that want to pursue business, it really could be a 4-year full ride scholarship opportunity if done right.
That's incredible. That's cool. And then you mentioned the certifications. Is that everything from, I'm thinking certifications. I've got some IT friends. Is that what we're aiming for? I mean, we were just talking about this at a barbecue on Sunday, was, you know, almost in that space that these 4-year degrees in computer science are almost dead, because somebody can come out of high school or with an AA and hustle and go get these certs and jump right into an apprenticeship in a tech company and then just ladder their way up. Are the certs around IT and, you know, all of our cybersecurity stuff that we have growing in the area?
Absolutely. So our cybersecurity program, we're rebooting this right now. We had someone retire that had everything built out, and right now we're doing A+ certification and some other stuff as well too. To complement that and the certifications, we build out a telecommunications course.
Okay.
So think about the backbone of the internet versus the internet itself as well too. And so we have I believe it's called CTEC certification. So what they are, everywhere from working from I want to say it's laying cable to the backbone of the internet, to setting up your home with the Internet of Things, to working with fiber optics. Those certifications are there. And we have proof that students can work into that. We've had students walk into positions at right out of high school that pay $50,000, $60,000 a year.
Awesome. Well, if we pass some of the budget fund for Mr. McCarron and running new fiber, you can come right over to Odyssey and get some of these folks. So.
I've got some workers for you already. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Director Loma.
Well, first of all, when I see the results of what you're doing, it reminds me of when in 2007, when former Republican Senator Keith King introduced this whole concept, and everybody was against him. Public education didn't want this to happen. But we look at this as a result of 4 charter schools that brought this concept into being, and they expanded all up and down the Front Range. It took us a little while to catch up at D11, but I was there when we decided to repurpose Wasson, and I got all kinds of flack on that one. I even had a Hall of Fame pitcher call me up and tell me I was nuts. I had senators telling me I was crazy for shutting down Wasson. I go, well, I am kind of crazy, but I stand here pleased that, and I think we made the right choice back then, because to be able to get an AA without having to pay is a benefit to many. We've seen that years ago, and we knew it could happen, but legislation had to be passed to get it done, and you're doing a great job at it. You see the results. Like you said, why doesn't everybody? That's a good question. But some people aren't ready for college that young. You know, I wasn't. I was kind of crazy, and so I had to wait a little long. So everybody's got their time, but there is a group that want that, and so you're doing it, and you're capitalizing on that innovative approach that was brought in by former Senator Keith King. So I got to give kudos to him.
Thank you. Yeah, I had the opportunity to meet Mr. King, and he's pretty inspirational in this process here. I do want to note one thing about Odyssey. Not all early colleges are equal when it comes to being free for students. Free for some of these charter ones is a budget. You get X amount of money to spend on your student for a year. D11's made the commitment to literally make it free for students. Books, fees, tuition, all of it. So for our students, there is no limit. You can only take X amount of classes, or you only take this class because the book is $500 for the class.
And I do know that I talked to university presidents, and they like early colleges because most graduating students have to take remedial English, remedial math, and by going through early colleges, they avoid having to retutor them. And that's the benefit to them. That's why they don't mind that drain of freshmen and sophomores, because most of them coming in have to take remedial classes because they're not being taught at this level. And that's the reason that early college is good.
Agreed.
Director Art.
Thank you. I noticed that UCCS was not on your list. Why is that?
So UCCS, we've got an interesting partnership with them. It's not been on a list for us for a couple of reasons. Number one, the partners that we currently have, it's ease of use for our kids. So there's less hurdles and barriers for them to get over when it comes to participating in it. Not all concurrent enrollment agreements and partners are equally accessible in certain ways. And so we work with the partners that put up the smallest amount of barriers for our kids to access concurrent enrollment. And so UCCS is kind of always this evolving thing with their extension program that we do. Another reason as well too is it's through their extended services. At this point in time, not kind of viewed as a kind of a true concurrent enrollment type of experience for some students.
Thank you.
And Director Ott, we've held some new meetings with UCCS this fall. One on the cybersecurity pathway that Principal Norman mentioned to get access to their new cybersecurity lab on North Nevada, which is a premier facility that we think can add to the existing opportunities that we have, and on the idea of concurrent enrollment with both the Chancellor and the Dean of the Education Department. So forthcoming new opportunities at Odyssey and at other parts of District 11's pathway opportunities.
Great.
Well, that's good news. Any other questions or comments from board members?
I have another one.
Okay.
Oh, Darlene's got one.
Of course.
Director Daniels.
I thank you for being here. Thank you, Superintendent Gall, for highlighting Odyssey. You guys are impartial to Odyssey. It's been years, and I'm like so excited that you were here. And I'm old enough to remember when this was in public schools and they took it out. And it's now taking all of this effort to get it back on every level. When Dwayne Robeson, Mr. Robeson worked so hard to get CTE, it existed. It existed. I'm one of those people that remember, because I'm a public school graduate. And it was overnight. Oh, we don't have the money, is what they said, which is still kind of I would say the mantra of where we are right now with public schools. So everything we're experiencing comes from something. It's not just combustion or something like that in the space, right? But I'm grateful that you and the educators who fought for this to be here has opened the door for many of us to be, I guess, living vicariously through our students
Sure.
who wanted it but never got the opportunity. So thank you for your hard work. Thank you for being a voice. Thank you for our conversations. Thank you for everything you've done. And I'm grateful that you fought the good fight
Thank you.
for you to be here. Thank you.
Appreciate it. And thank you for this opportunity to be part of District 11. Frankly, these type of experiences what really drives me in this role to serve kids. It's fascinating, it's different, it's cutting edge, and I love that experience.
So I know Superintendent Gall has a comment to make too, or a question that you want to add. But I have one too, but you go ahead. You can go. And then
Okay,
I can-
thanks. Can you explain again to the board the difference in the certification level for your teachers as compared to a standard comprehensive high school?
Absolutely. So to be able to teach concurrent enrollment, college level courses, the instructors need to either have one of the two things here. They have to have a master's level degree in the content they're going to be teaching in, and the certification from the institution that they'll be teaching through, or a master's in any content plus 18 hours in the content they will teach, with the certification from the institution they will teach through. So the majority of our staff all carry a master's or above is what it boils down to. We offer about 35 college credit hours alone just on the Wasson campus.
So you can do that in that program, but you can't do it in regular classes, right? Kind of weird.
So there is an advanced level of certification relationship with the degree granting institution that can create a barrier in certain situations. I asked the question to highlight that in this idea of being disruptive to the traditional four-year higher ed pathway that most children have to go to, instead of always giving money for kids to go to college, how about giving money for us to be able to endorse and supply those advanced certifications where we can be getting the credits while in high school instead of having to just wait in line for more time at the college level. So we have qualified staff
Yeah.
that would not take an inordinate amount of effort to be able to get this level, but it does cost us more. These are higher qualified individuals to be able to have in the classroom.
And I want to point out, there is a structure. There's a piece that Dwayne Roberson is working on right now with Colorado State University Pueblo, one of the reasons we're partnering with them, that allows a grant for teachers to start taking these these college level courses to be able to get this certification. So we've got teachers internally inside the district that are taking courses and doing that certification through CSU Pueblo.
But it seems like they don't need the certification to teach well, because they're doing well.
So, yeah, there's a difference
That's
between
my
good
point.
teaching and certification to teach the content, right? So,
Yeah, so I think certification is overblown and oftentimes unneeded.
to be able to offer, like Superintendent Gall said, to be able to offer the class, they have to have the certification, yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Daniel?
Yeah, there was just one other thing I wanted to acknowledge. You said that when you were in school, it may not have been what you wanted to take on, but as you got older, something shifted. And that's another expansion of what you're offering our students. It may not be in elementary. It may not occur even in middle school, but somewhere in the timeline, a student will wake up to something they did not see in the past or in their timeline of K-12. So we have to account for that space of life so that you can have somewhere to land. And just because it doesn't show up like everyone wants it to be in a certain amount of time and space, doesn't mean it's not there. So thank you for allowing them to mature into the conversation, even if it does take them after K-12, because every space for life is valid. If it doesn't show up when I want to, doesn't mean it's wrong. So thank you.
You're welcome. Even taking one class and getting 3 college credit hours can be a transformative experience for anyone. And it's hard to see if that's going to play out in that K-12 space, but it could absolutely push, someone into a new career space later on in their lives that we just can't simply see. Yeah.
So thank you. One other thing I want to highlight, students that go to your school, they still have the opportunity to go to traditional high school to participate in athletics and football program. Because sometimes I hear that, I'm going to miss out on playing football, but they can go to a traditional high school for band, all the other things that you may not get at your school.
Absolutely. I mean, we encourage students to pursue their passions. In fact, we had a student go to Cornell University last year on a football scholarship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's awesome. So, and the ask that you made, you've got Dr. Mendelsberg now. He is out there. So we got to figure out a way. This is an amazing program that we have with Ms. Ashby and Superintendent Gall and Dr. Mendelsberg. We got to figure out a way to promote your program and spotlight you more, the marketing piece of it.
Yeah, and so enrollment's up. We were at 288 for count last year, and we're at 311 this year. So the demand signal is there, and we need to take an autopsy of what's happening here. There's a framework within Odyssey that is scalable and replicable. We can't be afraid of what Odyssey's doing because other schools have 1,500 or 2,000 kids in it, right? We're setting a framework, we're raising the bar, and children are achieving and overachieving.
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you, Principal Norman.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. Did you have a comment? Director Art?
Thank you. I know we're celebrating Odyssey, but I do want to mention that other schools do have college opportunities as well, CU Gold. And so if they want the really traditional experience, that's still an option. And so hopefully this is something, even as we connect with UCCS some more, that can be expanded at every school, although I know you are really focused, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely. And I do want to point out that any student at any high school can dual enroll with Odyssey and take college level courses too. There's no barrier for them joining us and taking concurrent enrollment too.
Excellent.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Ruby.
That's good information to have. Moving on, public comments. So most of you know the board protocol by now, so I will keep this brief. Each of you have 3 minutes for your comment. Keep an eye on the clock so you can complete your comments in the allotted time. Please be respectful of our speakers and maintain the expected order and decorum in the boardroom. If you want to show support or solidarity to a speaker, please stand as the speaker is talking or use a silent applause. Lastly, the statements made by the public do not reflect the views of the board of the district. With that, Ms. Hidalgo. So usually student comments go first, and there are a couple of students that are signed up to make comments, but the student, we have enough time where I can fit in the student comments, but we need an adult to talk first before the students can talk. So I'm going to push the student comments to behind the action items first. Mr. Joe Manning.
Do I have to push start, or can you do that? Do I do it? Oh,
Sweet Scott.
okay. All right, so about 7 years ago, this district, and I'm blanking, it's like the government agency that runs us. They asked people with advanced degrees to step into education and help out. So I did. I started out in busing, I did teaching, I started out in a turnaround school in Pueblo, I served in Harrison, and I served at Fountain Fort Carson. And I'm here today to present the idea of a free solution that I think all the districts can do together to really address some of the things that different board members have brought up today. The idea is that at the end of the teacher checkout season, they move all of their reflective unit lesson plans to include like the basic work, the basic PowerPoints, the basic guiding questions, maybe if it was super successful, like what the questions brought out of the students, to create like a matrix of how we do our job, and then donate those to the archive at our Pikes Peak Library. And then that way our teachers can collaborate across our boundaries. So when you get through huge attrition things like what's going on today, and I'm not willing to come back, I'm sorry, you have my lesson plans. When these students graduate and they remember that they struggled in algebra and they had an amazing teacher, they can check out that same concept from that same teacher and bond with their kid. We don't have to worry about our colleges sucking our money out because our kids have to relearn calculus to be able to do a physics thing. We have that on file. Once we have that built up, I can take my knowledge as a citizen and really push the state to do things with our Constitution, like let the money follow the student, not the district. So when parents are mad at you and screaming at you, 52 seconds, okay, they have another option. You can say, look, this is the work that we've done for the community for the last 150 years. This is how the thing has changed. If you don't like what we're doing, you can go to the library. We can give them a new purpose too. I can go, as long as I'm still licensed, and teach people how to teach their kids. If my neighbor's boyfriend blew his head off a couple years ago, they had 3 kids together. I don't care how amazing our counseling staff is. The best thing for those kids might be all of the money that they're coming to help supplement that income while mom or dad is bonding with their kids. Because at the end of the day, what I'm trying to do is fix damage. We can't go back and have that love. Sorry, I'm out. I can come back next week if you want.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Or you can email the board too.
Okay.
All our information is available publicly, so send us an email with the rest of your comments.
Glorious.
You can include Superintendent Gall too
All right.
in your email. Cheryl Saylor.
Good evening, board members and all in attendance. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, once again, we come before you with the intention of doing the very best we can in educating our children. Please bless us in our efforts and help us keep focused on the best good for our children. We pray this in Jesus' name, amen. First off, I want to thank the board and our superintendent for all your good work. I can't say enough. I appreciate all of you. My name is Cheryl Saylor, and I'm with the D11 Achievement Alliance. So the action item I'm addressing is the EIP. I read through the EIP for Galileo. I highlighted everything. And I'm not an educator, and I may not understand all the acronyms and the program names, but I must say I'm a little confused. What I saw was planning, learning, designing, training, meeting, testing, surveying for teachers and administrators. Nowhere do I see how we are meeting each student where he is, which is supposedly one of our district objectives. Where is the discussion on how to give teachers more time in the day to meet with their students and build relationships? To me, this is the most important relationship in the school system. My thought is if the teachers have time to get to know their students, to understand what motivates them, and what is their most effective means of learning, the teacher can better assist that student where needed. The teachers see the children pretty much every day. By this time in the school year, teachers should have a pretty good handle on which students are missing classes and which ones aren't doing well. They don't need testing and data to tell them this. They are in a position to provide immediate intervention to help the students on an individual basis. But there needs to be time set aside to do this, both for the teachers and the students. Even though we know parent involvement makes a big difference in student achievement in schools like Galileo, there will probably be families where that never occurs. So teachers can help fill in that gap. Another piece missing in this EIP document, in my opinion, is any discussion on tutoring. Nor was tutoring mentioned at the budget work session last Wednesday, as pointed out by Dr. Bankus. The district has about $63 million to spend. None of it was allocated to tutoring. That's the most immediate way to address student achievement for kids who are behind. So my suggestion is advertise for tutors, pay them, and let them address our students' needs on an individual basis, meeting each student where he is. What a great idea. Let's do it.
Thank you. Alfredo Jr. Molina Nogel, Mr. Nogel. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Alfredo Jr. Molina Nogal. I'm an instrumental music teacher at Mann Middle School. I'm here on behalf of the Arts Resolution. Several things come in mind. I'll give you a little bit of background for myself. I served K-12 music in Southeast Colorado. I also have my CDL bus driver license. I can parallel park a bus. Can you do that? No, you cannot. The last thing is I also served as a district data reporter. So I'm very familiar with how the data pipeline works and how to CDEs there. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about the arts. I always come back and feel like the arts is where we really find our strength. An author comes to mind. Their name is Daniel Pink, and they have a book that's titled A Whole New Mind, and it's about how right-brain thinkers are going to take over the world. Now, when we get stuff, yes, we need to know all the STEM parts of it, but we always buy what? The one that looks cool, the pretty one. Of course, we need artists to do that. The sound that sounds awesome, that's what we want. And so there was an experiment done, and some students walked over, and it was in a foreign country. I believe it was somewhere in Asia, and they came over, taught themselves how to read, how to speak English themselves. Okay, cool. And the main point of the psychologist that he was trying to get to point is like, they learned how to do all that stuff, but they didn't understand nuance. And that's where the arts come, is nuance. That makes us human. And so if the arts aren't there, what's the humanity? This bracelet I'm wearing on my wrist is from a student made for me 4 days ago. They said, hey, I make bracelets. Can I make one for you? Yes, you can. Why do I have that relationship with him? Because I was able to sit with him and learn how to play guitar, talk about it. We talked about depressing songs. That's cool. We want to connect. I want to know how they're feeling. Also, hey, how can we get you out of that? Hey, how can we find the support that you need? So I hope that we continue to support the arts, and really it's the humanity that brings it to us. And let's be honest, if I sing this song, I'm gonna ask my arts friends to help us. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. It's the final countdown. So I hope that you can continue to help us connect with art. And so that way our students know that they're supported, and it makes us human. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. When I think I've seen it all, people surprised. Ms. Rebecca Acevedo Quintana.
Thank you for that.
Good evening, Superintendent Gall, board members, and community. My name is Rebecca Kenderdine, or Acevedo Kenderdine, and I am with the D11 Achievement Alliance. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address a concern that I have about your discussion of the budget fund balance in your work session of September 21st. It was shared during the work session that the administration presented several projects they wanted to implement by spending $49.9 million on 14 projects. Palmer High School was taken off the table for the structuring of installing air conditioning at their building. Even though Palmer High School is an old building that is basically run down due to its age, this does not mean that the students should be neglected from receiving a cool environment that would be conducive to learning. I worked at Palmer High School as an ESL teacher, and students constantly complain about the heat in the classroom, distracting them from instruction. Needless to say, I was concerned about this. Teachers also complain about the temperature. I know because I was one of those teachers. Most of the projects presented were about training principals, upgrade of curriculum, security, computer technology upgrades, digital library upgrade, design thinking training, and align with outside hiring agencies to hire substitutes. What I did not hear was the importance of having additional tutoring services to help our students increase their academic achievement. We are all aware how much learning loss occurred during shutdowns and COVID. I understand the importance of having training made available, especially for new staff. As a board and as the hiring of our new superintendent, you made a pledge to concentrate on 4 focus areas: increase student achievement, ensure financial integrity and transparency, enhance effective leadership, build strong relationships. Increasing student achievement was your #1 focus and a promise made to parents in the community. Please consider using some of the $49.9 million to follow through on your pledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Naomi Lopez.
Thank you. During the last meeting, I was going to speak about the district's resolution celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. As the district is honoring the contributions of its Hispanic educators, parents, and families, I wanted to ask the board if they knew what are the current pressing needs of our Hispanic students and families within the district. What partnership opportunities have you engaged in to build trust and good faith between district leadership and our Hispanic community? Teachers will tell you that there is a pressing need to have a streamlined, at-the-ready system to help aid in face-to-face telephone and written translation services for our Spanish-speaking families. At the moment, bilingual building staff like myself are called on to aid in this matter. That is just one immediate resource that every school in our district desperately needs, and there are several others. In reviewing the draft of the district's Unified Improvement Plan, I was pleased to see that throughout the document, there was a focus on the need to implement strategies and resources to improve family engagement. There was a particular focus to improve this engagement with our communities of color. The data presented within the plan identifies gaps in academic achievement, college entrance exam scores, and graduation rates that are disproportionately impacting these student groups: minority students, economically disadvantaged students, English learners, and students with disabilities. Just a year ago today, I was tirelessly working with peers from the district's equity leadership team to find solutions to solve these pressing D11 challenges for these groups of students in overall academic achievement, programming, and our graduation rates. Unfortunately, the new board members moved to dissolve the district's Equity and Inclusion Department, to whom the doubts reported to, and stated that efforts to address these equity gaps could be adequately managed within each existing administrative department. So, as a parent and educator, Vice Chair of Neighbors for Education, and as a representative of the Latina Equity Foundation, I ask this of district leadership: what are the exact plans within each administrative department to monitor, evaluate, and implement equity and inclusion practices and policies that directly impact our most vulnerable students' academic and personal successes? You said it could be done, so now the community is asking you to show us how it is being done. D11 board goals state that you want to embrace a culture of innovation, improve student achievement, demonstrate high-performing teams, and enhance effective leadership. The way to achieve all of these goals is to listen to the communities that are most impacted by our district's undersights and to work with us to build solutions. All too often, we marginalized families feel dismissed and pushed aside. But be our partners. We look forward to see how each administrative department will incorporate accountability practices for equity and inclusion oversight within their departments. So I would love to speak with you about our ideas for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Michelle Warwick.
Thank you, board members, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I would like to talk to you about communication. I feel that the district is failing as its communication process. At Meet the Teacher, prior to the first day of school this year, I was informed that Dojo would no longer be used for teachers to communicate with parents. Instead, teachers were telling parents about Reach, and this is going to be the new app used for teacher and parents to communicate. The second week of The second week of school, I sent a message using the Reach app or the Reach platform to one of my kids' teachers regarding her birthday that week and how I wanted my plans to bring in treats for her class. So the day of her birthday came, and I had sent the message like a couple days prior to that, and she didn't get the message, so I just went along with my plans. And fortunately, it didn't disrupt class or anything, so the whole class got their ice cream and cupcakes, and it wasn't a big deal. I told the teacher when I got there that I had sent her a message over Reach, and she said that she didn't get a notification. So she went over to her computer and looked it up and saw that she did receive the message, but there was no notification to tell her that she had received the message. Kind of like when email was first a thing, and you had to like send an email to somebody and wait for them to go check their email for them to respond to you. There was never a notification system. So then a few weeks later, I had sent a message through the Reach platform to my other daughter's teacher about how she was going to be going home with a friend who was in another class. Neither one of the girls knew that my daughter was going to go home with her, and it was a decision between me and that girl's mom after the girls were in school. So a little bit more important for the teacher to get that message than a birthday party. And so I was waiting for a response, didn't get one. I emailed the teacher, and then I ended up having to call the school to let them know that my daughter was going to be going home with her friend. And then when I saw the teacher, I mentioned that I had sent her a message on Reach. She also received the message, but didn't get a notification about it. On the receiving end of that, my daughter's teacher has sent out a group message to all the parents in her class, and unless you're actually going into the District 11 app and going into the Reach platform, you will not know that you received a message from a teacher. And I think that communication is key, and this needs to be addressed. If this is district-wide, it's very unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stephanie Horton.
I don't have a prepared speech. My name is Stephanie Horton. I'm the general manager of Classical KCME and Jazz 93.5. And I'm just here to briefly talk about the partnership that we are creating with VAPA and Laura Lee and her team. And we're here to start with presenting them a check. We did a on-air fundraiser in the spring. And basically what it is, people donate to the station. We have a sponsor. And then therefore, the donor also is able to give a makeup kit for the theater students. So we're presenting them a check today for those makeup kits. Also wanted to talk just briefly about our Classics for Kids program. So we are working with them to bring it into the schools. Excuse me. We have had this program, but due to COVID, we weren't able to bring it into the schools, and so trying to get it back. But basically, it's a free program to all of the schools. We have funders through the station that help provide the program, and it's just exposing the kids to classical music at a young age. So we're excited to get that back up and running and looking for the opportunity and the support there. We also are starting to highlight youth artists within our newsletter, and so working on a pipeline with Laura Lee to make sure that we are reaching out to all of the different D11 schools in order to be able to highlight those youth artists. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your support of WAPA and our students. Joseph Shelton.
Good evening, President Melpacum, Mr. Gall, and board members. Before I go into my speech, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank Mr. Gall for attending a meet and greet event this last Monday with the community and answering the questions and concerns that they held. I really felt a community engagement coming into place and people getting their voices heard. Today, I'm here to speak about Resolution FF, the Healthy Meals for Kids initiative, on the ballot this November. At the August 24th meeting, Director Ott spoke about learning about the measure and then deciding as a board if you should do a resolution. Director Nelson stated, and I quote, "We want to take care of our students, and we want to take care of our people, and increase the wages we are giving our food and nutrition services, but I do want to recognize that this ballot measure could be contentious, and as a board, I am not sure that we should take a position. I wonder if we should stay neutral." End of quote. I find it sad, though, that at the September 14th board meeting, when Director Jorgensen brought up learning about Resolution 11222, recreational marijuana sales in Colorado Springs, which is also on the ballot this November, and I'm possibly doing a resolution against it, no board member spoke against this being done. So allow me to give you the truth about Resolution FF. Although it is said to be raising taxes, it doesn't raise any taxes for any person. Instead, it limits state income tax deductions for Coloradoans who make more than $300,000 a year. For aspect, that is about 5% of Coloradoans. That is only about 296,131 Coloradoans out of 5,922,618 people. This bill doesn't affect anyone who makes less than $300,000 a year, so I would assume most of the board members here are safe. When I worked for Inside Out Youth Services, we had a student who attended a D11 school at the time who came into our space for our normal drop-in hours. The student was eating a lot of food, and when we asked if everything was okay, they told us that they didn't get breakfast or lunch at school because their family couldn't afford it. When we asked if they had free or reduced lunch, they said their family applied but was denied because they made too much money. Yet it wasn't considered the bills that their money went towards. This is what we have from many students, not only in D11, but across Colorado. Students are going hungry and waiting till dinner to eat. Some don't even have a dinner to go home to, so they end up going hungry for days on end. Every student across Colorado deserves a healthy meal, no matter their income. They deserve to not be scared about when they might get their next meal. Every student deserves support. It is sad that board members debate whether a school district should support a bill that will help our students, but want to take a stand on an issue that has nothing to do with our students. Our students deserve better than what is being given to them. Whether you are in support or against Resolution FF, I encourage you to have a vote on the record and in the public eye so our community can see where D11 board members really lie when it comes to support of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Perry Reed. Mr. Barry Reed.
President Malpacum, Mr. Gall, members of the board. It's 20 years that I came on board as a freelance sports announcer for District 11. Where has the time gone? I don't know. It's shown in my beard, though. In that time, I went from, hey, we're going to focus to the kids on the field, to evolving to, hey, I'm seeing the great work that our kids are doing running cameras for us. Let's get kids in front of the camera as well. And I've worked with a number of students. Amy Crockett from Doherty was my first victim. She would constantly tease me as she was running camera about my Hockey for Dummies book that I carried with me. And I said, okay, fine. Come down from running the camera. It's your basketball game. I'm going to run camera. And while she stuttered and stammered and was really freaked out by the situation, She participated several more times with us while at Doherty, and then when she went to George Mason, she found the radio station, and she was a color commentary for 3 years for the George Mason women's basketball team. The coverage was on CBS University Sports. And she had the audacity to call me and go, Barry, I've got everything you write down and hunt for on screens in front of me. It's like, shut up, Amy. Anyway, I've also worked with Haley Washington, the most recent Doherty Olympian, but there's no crying at the Olympics. Haley, there's no crying at the Olympics. And also Haley Neuendorf, one of my latest successes, who went to Colorado State University so prepared they didn't know how to handle her. And right before COVID, that's a sentence I hope to never utter again, I came up and I was going to create something for the students to get them more involved, taking my place as a play-by-play so we could get more coverage of schools. And I created a why statement for the student announcer program. And that why statement is, I believe in the great life lessons that can be learned by participating in sports. The same can be said in relation to sports coverage. Learning how to be part of a team, learning that hard work builds and exposes character, learning that digging deep when challenges arrive, and learning that winning with class and losing with dignity are life lessons to live a fulfilled and life with purpose. I believe in the public viewing of these efforts for these young men and women is not only worthwhile, but can be inspiring to viewers and the participants as well. And with that, we have created the Student Announcer Internship Program, and not only for sports internship, but accredited internship, but we've also put podcasting into the system. And with that, I will let the next students step up.
Right. And I think we have 2 or 3 students who are going to come and speak up. And actually, I shared about your program in my board members' reports last week when I had an opportunity to come and watch you in action as the sports announcer. And coincidentally, one of your students was the commentator out there, Mr. Baranek, right? Wasn't it? Yeah, I got to talk to both of you out there, and as you said, he had all the information about the players and stuff on your screen, and he was doing an excellent job. With that, please introduce yourself, each one of you, and then go ahead.
I'm Violet. I'm a junior at Palmer High School. I'm the vice president of the thespian troupe there, and I'm also one of the founding members of Podcasting Palmer.
I am Rivers Baranek. I am a wrestler. I also do sports announcing, and I am also a co-host for Podcasting with Palmer.
In what school?
Palmer.
I'm Skylar Wagner. I'm also a junior at Palmer High School. I am part of the technicians for the play this year, and I am a co-host for the podcast.
So Podcasting Palmer was founded on the principle of connection. We not only want to connect staff and students, but we also are trying to connect some of the community members so that they can see what's going on. Obviously, our school is incredibly old, and we have a large alumni population because of that. And we've thought that this would be a really great way to get them connected too, and just to check out what we're doing and like how the student body is doing in this day and age.
On this upcoming Saturday, October 1st, 2022, 2 episodes will be released on YouTube. We will be releasing an episode every Saturday every other Saturday minus holidays for the rest of the school year, and hopefully many more after that. There's also an Instagram account for the podcast to keep you updated at podcasting_PHS. You can reach us through their direct messages to give suggestions and positive feedback on the podcast.
I would like to thank Mr. Reed for doing all he's done. Thank you to Lily Hawthorne for giving us our logo. Thank you to Mrs. Klein from Student Council to help us give the resources available for that. And
a special thanks to Ms. McGovray for letting us use her technology and her room to edit our episodes during the school hours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's always amazing to hear from our students and continue your amazing work. And I think when I had a conversation with you, you said that you are going to invite board members to be part of your podcast. You didn't make that invite here, but you have an opportunity now to talk to the board.
Well, I mean, if you all want to get interviewed, it's always up to me. Thank you so much. It's up to all of us, but we would love to have you on.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I look forward to hearing your podcast and all the good things that you're doing. That's the end of citizen comments here. If you checked the box that said you wanted to be contacted by an administrator, Superintendent Gall has that information, and he or one of his representatives will be calling you. The board appreciates hearing from all of you, and your feedback helps us better do our work. Thank you. Moving on, special reports, board member reports. Board members, board colleagues, any reports that you want to make? Who wants to go first? Director Daniels.
I'll go. Thank you. Just really quick, wanted to acknowledge the college fair held at Coronado on Monday. My goodness, we had over 100 universities and colleges there for the students to come and just talk to, and it was filled to the brim. It was so exciting to see so many students that were interested in post-secondary education and just getting all of the different handouts. The energy was incredible. So thank you for taking that on. And also, this is fundraising season. There are a lot of our clubs that are out there, marching band, choir, all types of clubs who are looking to raise money. So thank you in advance for supporting our students who are trying to go on trips and make their way to new uniforms, instruments, all types of things that are taking place. And the energy is exciting on that as well. I am excited for it also being Arts Month that we're having a resolution for, because again, those clubs, the students, the relationships, the amount of commitment it takes to be in that conversation is, I would say, unparalleled. And we have competitions this weekend. I mean, it is, thank you to all the parents and staff who are there for them after hours to make sure that they have some other expression in life. So I just wanted to say we're excited to have that type of support. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Daniels. Director Bankus.
Yes, I would like to first start with, I would be remiss if I didn't address my comments to Mr. Comfort and the other area superintendents at the work session last week when we were discussing the fund balance item that was presented on behalf of the area superintendents. I could have expressed myself better and will strive to be more judicious in my comments, and I hope you take that to heart. Thank you. On another note, I did attend the DEI Advocacy Awards and the Hispanic Heritage Month Business Luncheon, and both of those were part of engaging in the community, and I benefited from attending both of those, and congratulations to those who were award winners. At the Hispanic Heritage Business Meeting, we listened to DJ Eagle Bear Banis, and he had some inspiring words. So if we ever do a motivational speak at the district level, I would certainly recommend him. His mission is to build the warriors of tomorrow, today. And when we look at resilience and we look at how it is that we are a sum total of our culture and our upbringing and our school environment, I think he has good words to say so that we can all move forward as a united community. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for sharing that report. Director Bankus. Director Art.
Thank you. Director Bankus did not mention the other activity she was at, along with you, President Melpacum, which was the Colorado Springs flight sponsored by the Colorado Springs Rotary Club. And so just a thank you in advance to them. they auction off, oh, we have a photo. I'm guessing I scooped
Yes.
you, huh?
Yes, no, that's okay. I
Very
wanted
good.
to share this with the community. I'm glad that you're talking about it.
Thank you. So some of the butterfly sculptures and dragonfly sculptures, including that dragonfly right there in the photo with the wildflowers on it, some of them were created by D11 teachers. And so that's exciting, as is the fact that the proceeds go to some of our D11 teachers and in scholarships and supporting the arts and things. And so the image before you now was Sean Wybrant, who spoke at the event to acknowledge the gift to his classroom. And so there we all are. We are missing, I think, one D11 teacher in that photo. So it was very enjoyable, and it's just wonderful that they continue year after year to support the program. So thanks to them for organizing it, and to the folks who continue to buy these beautiful sculptures. Thanks.
Yeah, it was a butterfly and boots auction, and that's the closest I can get to my cowboy outfit. I don't have the extensive collection of hats that Director Loma has, so maybe I need to borrow one from you, Director Loma, one of these days. Yeah, that was awesome, just being there, and I want to give a shout out to our teachers. Let me name, I got their name here, Michelle Arthur from Swigert Middle School, Miss Tara Sawain from Sabin Middle School, and Miss Wendy Foos from Coronado High School. Those were the three teachers that were on that picture out there, and some of their pieces Director Art talked about. And some of these pieces were selling for $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 out there. So I want to thank our community too for stepping up. And shout out to Superintendent Gall too. You were thanked out there at that meeting because our production printing department was the one that printed out the auction brochure, the bulletin for that, and they thanked you for providing that support for them. So thank you for all the teachers that participated and support this, and this is going to come and benefit our schools, our D11 schools, so thank you. Director Loma.
I want to bring to our attention, and I sent some of you a text concerning this, and when I first read it, I thought it was like, you got to be kidding me. And then there's a corroborating report. First, it was from Christopher Rufo, and then there's a corroborating report on Fox News 2 days later. And so we have to discuss this, and this will directly address our union. And it says this, and I'll just read what it says on the on the article. Teachers Union promotes how-to guide for anal sex, bondage, sadomasochism, and fisting. And that is the NEA. That is the main head for our union. So we have to have some discussions about that. We need more dialogue. But I want to know how our union feels, and if they would renounce that.
Objection.
I'd like to have a discussion about that.
It's board members' report. He's got.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing to anybody. I let everybody talk. So we have to have a discussion about that, because I do not feel that is appropriate. If somebody wants to do that at home, hey, more power to you. But that has no place to be in any school. And since this is an NEA statement, I want to hear from my union what they feel about that. That's about all I have.
Okay. Director Nelson.
I'm gonna.
Do you want to follow that?
I know. I'm gonna just flip.
Flip the script?
Flip the script. We're gonna go positive. I just wanted to thank the gentleman that came to speak about the arts resolution. So I'm disappointed he stepped out, but. I started playing violin in 4th grade at Audubon, and I attended Horseman Middle School and was in the orchestra there. So I appreciated his sharing about his experience being a teacher in the arts at Man, and would definitely like for us to consider, you know, as we look at our academic master plan and quality neighborhood school, what does that mean as far as the arts go? And
I think District 11 for many, many years has really cherished the idea of allowing students to experience band and orchestra and choir, and I just hope that we hold on to that. I know my kids' school, we lost our band and orchestra FTE due to declining enrollment, so it's a real struggle. But I, for one, really also value the arts and wanted to just thank that gentleman for coming to speak tonight. And I also briefly wanted to just share what each of the board members were asked to submit a sentence to put into the time capsule. And I had extra pressure on myself because I was thinking I might be around in 50 years when they open this thing. So I need to be proud of this in 50 years. And let's hope. Hopefully I got the right side of the family genes. But we were asked to write a sentence of what we hope for the students of District 11 in 50 years. And I have the same hope for our students today, so I wanted to share it. I hope D11 students are filled with knowledge, encouraged to work hard, and equipped with the skills that will allow them the freedom to pursue their unique gifts, blessing the world in 2072. So just hope that we can focus on how are we preparing our students for their unique giftings. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Nelson. And I'll start up. Let me see. Okay. Director Bankus.
I want to add, after the reminder about the butterfly fundraiser that we attended, and then with Director Nelson sharing her exposure to violin. Oh, good, you walked back in the room, you missed it. She just said wonderful things, and you missed it. Now you're going to have to look at the video, you know? But I'm glad that you're here. Two things I want to mention. So for the arts folks, particularly band, I remember participating at an elementary school's fundraiser, and I won the bid for drum lessons. So I showed up after school for a drum lesson from the teacher, and I don't know if he was telling the truth or not, but he said I really had a good beat and I should take up the drums. I had the best time, and I was willing to pay whatever the auction was asking for. So that might be a fundraiser that you might want to think about. I'll bid. The other one I want to mention is the donations that the Rotary Club collected from their annual fundraiser. D11 has been adopted by the Downtown Rotary, and we are recipients of grants that they give to us annually. I believe the last grant that we received was in the neighborhood of $60,000. So it was really wonderful to be there to see not only our teachers presenting their artwork, but also seeing the enthusiasm for the folks in the crowd who are willing to spend money on these beautiful butterflies. So thank you for letting me add that.
Thank you. Director Jorgensen.
After you two spoke, I got to follow up. I learned to play the cello 4th grade at Carver. I just thought, I don't want to hold an instrument up. I'm just going to let it sit in front of me. And so I still have a cello upstairs in our music room, and so we get it out around Christmas time, but I probably don't play it enough. But I am proficient at that instrument. The 50-year time capsule was yesterday, just in time before the rain. Much to my chagrin, we did not put in Top Gun Maverick, so if the capsule could be open to sneak really that was the film of the summer, in my opinion. But we put in, for those of you who didn't see, we put in, we're probably going to get a picture here, Despicable Me, The Rise of Gru. Anyway, so that was just a side comment, but yeah, there we go. So we put in Despicable Me, but I thought we should put Top Gun Maverick in there. Anyway, I am going to use...
we put Minions.
Yeah, well, Minions, Despicable Me, the whole series. So anyway, I am going to use my public dice to wish my mom a happy birthday. It is her birthday today. I won't tell you how old she is. She still lives in D11, though, and is a taxpayer for our community. And took her to lunch today, and she's like, should I come to the meeting to hang out with you tonight? I'm like, why would you come to a meeting on your birthday? But anyway, she supports us and supports the district, so happy birthday, Mom. And then I was absent last week on a business trip, but I gave some comments to President Malpacum and heard some comments tonight. And I think I'd like to just maybe add a clarifying comment that I think we were trying to get to, and I had a meeting with academics today, when we're talking about direct funding for our students, there's going to be a piece of that where we do allocate budget. But speaking with our academics team today in the afternoon meeting, we are identifying in our team and our structures where we have principals that don't have a capacity right now, where we've identified weaknesses because we are looking at that accountability piece and that pushing piece of going, hey, this principal does need this to be more successful. And so when we do look at some of these budget items, which we need more work on that budget task force and all that, I'm not saying that it's good to go as it is right now, but based on comments I've heard, we do have some things where we are going to need an indirect spend to equip our capacity of our leadership, which does support our board priority of enhancing effective leadership. And so we talk about, well, some of this isn't aligned. It really is, because we do have area soups, our academic office, we are looking at ways to build capacity and enhance effective leadership so that our principals can be the instructional leaders they need to be, to give our teachers the tools they need. It's just a cascading effect. So in a roundabout way, it's like, yes, it's not direct to student achievement, but we are putting money in an appropriate place that's, I believe, as one of our board members, is going to be fit for supporting our mission of our board priorities. So since it was mentioned tonight and I was absent last week, I wanted to put that comment out there for that. And with that, I'll be done.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other comments, Marcella, please hold those pictures there. I do want to comment about these pictures too. So this goes back to what Director Jurgensen was talking about, the time capsule dedication ceremony. I want to thank Deborah and her team first for putting this event together, and it was phenomenal. Everything was smooth out there, and you had organized the events. Your video production department was there, and I saw some of the students out there too helping out. So this was a wonderful way for us to celebrate District 11 in the oldest building that we have in our district, which is Palmer High School. And as I made the comment out there, Mary Palmer, who was the wife of William Palmer, started the District 11, and here we are 150 years into it, and we are still going strong, still serving our community, still serving our students, and excellence being our end goal in everything that we do. So it was good to do that, and I'm hearing that there are a lot of time capsules circulating around District 11. I don't know how reliable this information is, but unfortunately some of these time capsules are buried underground, and people who did it haven't kept a record of it. So I don't know if it's lost forever or if somehow we can track down some of these type capsules from the past and open one of them maybe this year to see what it was 50 years back. And like what Director Nelson said, most probably she is the one that is going to have to carry the torch for the rest of us when this time capsule is going to be opened 50 years from now. I said, maybe Jason too, Director Jurgensen too. I certainly don't expect to be there when this time capsule is opened. But it was just a good way, and some of the things that we went together as a community, we put in there, like face masks and hand sanitizers, and I wonder what 50 years from now people are going to be thinking about it when they open it, and also our hopes and aspiration for our students at that time. And I want to thank Congressman Lamboon's office, and I'm going to put this up here. That was somebody from his office, Mr. Jeff Anderson out there, that came and read the official congressional record to commemorate the event. And we are going to get an official framed copy of this from Congressman Lamboon. And he's going to speak at the legislature in front of the speaker, recognizing District 11. So I appreciate that, and appreciate his office working with me. And if somebody can put me in contact with the governor's office and they can have a resolution supporting us, I'm willing to invite them and make that happen too. So thank you. And I want to give a shout out to our student too, Marcella, if you such an amazing speaker out there, dynamic. Takaya Montez de Oca, hopefully I got his name right, and he's on the student council and senior at Palmer High School. So thank you for him sharing his views on what this means. And probably he's going to be there with Director Nelson when they open the time capsule. And Jason. Moving on, it's homecoming week in some of our high schools. I got an opportunity to attend with Director Art out there at the Mitchell High School football game, and some of our chiefs were out there too. And it was a cold evening, by the way. It was cold, really cold out there. We were shivering, but that didn't stop the amazing Mitchell students out there coming and participating and cheering the team on. So it was good to be there and support Mitchell. We got the T-shirt too, thanks Mitchell Maniacs T-shirt that is out there. And it is homecoming. I think Coronado had their homecoming last week too. They had their parade. And I think Doherty's homecoming is this week, if I got that right. So, so it is an opportunity for our community to show up and support our high schools. And Doherty's homecoming game is this Friday, so show up and cheer our high school teams at Garyberry Stadium. And then moving on, the last thing, a couple of things I want to point out. I was also at the go back, Marcella, I think there was some other, was there another picture? Maybe that I need to talk about that Count Me In too. Go back to that Count Me In and I'll talk about it. Next week is the student count day, okay? So please, this is what it says it is. If we get our funding from students being present and counted that day. So I think Devra and her team has put together this amazing, I see these pictures and other pictures on Facebook and social media and even on our school website. So to our parents, we need students to be present in our school that day and officially counted, and this determines the funding that funds our staff and educational programs. So please ensure that your students are attending school next day. And is there some more? Oh yeah, there is one more PDF too. Oh, I was also at the Scott, this was the elementary school track meet. It just brought back nostalgic memories for me because it just seemed like yesterday my daughter was running in this race, and I just got to go and witness some of these students compete, and to see their perseverance and determination out there and running and completing, these students, kindergarten, first and second grade students, just awesome. I think they finished the track season next week at Garyberry on Monday. So again, if you are there, come and show up and support these students. And the last thing I had was to our, this information was forwarded to me, and I want to share it with our seniors and counselors, and I think that was a special PDF if you had it out there. And this is for the window for applying for the Daniels Fund Scholarship opened. As a Daniels Fund scholar, you can receive up to $100,000 that you can apply towards tuition at any 2 or 4 year college in the United States. And Bill Daniels set up this scholarship, and it has helped over 5,000 students from across the country. October 15th is the deadline. If you move that, just scroll down. Yeah, there you go. October 15th is the deadline, and all the information is out there. And I encourage our seniors and our counselors to look that up and see if you qualify and take advantage of this opportunity. That's all I have.
And we have several, Daniels, more than several, Daniels recipients.
Okay, yeah, and that's good to know. There are several students that have already received, and you have an opportunity to take advantage of this. So if you are going to pursue a college degree, 2 or 4 year college option, and money is deterrence or a barrier, take advantage of these kind of college scholarships. Thank you. With that, moving on. Superintendent's report. Superintendent Gall, we are excited to hear all the amazing things you did in the last couple of weeks.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Mel Packham, and to the board and to the community. I want to just remind folks of my journey here to Colorado Springs in my 6 months that I was seeking to find the right fit for a superintendency. My path did happen to take me through Florida and through the Fort Myers area. And if you have noticed that in my interview, one of the things I do is I try to visit every school prior to my interview opportunity with the board. And in Fort Myers, which is Lee County, there are 119 schools. And it took me 2 days to drive that entire community. And I just want us all to pause for just a second right now to think about the challenges that community is going through, because I'm not so sure how many of those 119 schools are going to be left in the morning. So, and I oblige to the board to, as our team will commit October to our own contingency plan review, because natural disasters are real, and you can never be prepared, and we have to make sure that we have the resources appropriately aligned and the staff trained to be able to be responsive to those settings. So just a brief moment there for myself to reflect upon as we are enjoying the opportunity to meet as a community and celebrate the work and move forward. There is a great part of our country that is under great duress right now. Secondly, to the board, not in the personnel action, I am announcing here this evening, happily, the opportunity for our Penrose Elementary School principal, Tamara Forrest, will be moving up to take the Title I director position at central office, and we have a posting now open for the Penrose Elementary School principalship, and we will keep you posted there. But we are all super excited for that opportunity for Tamara to be joining Tamara at the Chief Academic Office. So, Tamara to Tamara. Can you please stand up, Tamara? Thank you. Slide. As in another 10 or 15 minutes, when we get to the resolution for October as our Arts Month, it came to my attention as I was proudly walking through Taylor Elementary School that the arts are alive in our schools, and Taylor has done an excellent job in actually connecting the October as Arts Month to our Hispanic Heritage Awareness Month. And so you can see in the first 3 or 4 boards in the hallway, and when we get to the slide here, next slide, and we have some visuals here, our art teacher, Emily Werner, and the Mexican tin art that she's had the 3rd graders display there. There's some phenomenal art happening over at Taylor. I'm sure there are in other schools as well. But I thought it was time that we start to bring some of the arts that we're seeing happening in the schools every day into the hallways here where the board meetings happen. And secondly, on the table up here to the front, our LTE, also at Taylor, Sarah Miller, had myself and Melissa Smead participate in a makerspace lab project. I'm very thankful for Ruby and Mia, the 2 young 3rd graders that I sat with, who told me that I was not following the rules because I was decorating my little robot and spaceship with a face before we were at the decoration phase. But it was super exciting, and there's a connection to the arts that was happening in Taylor there as well. If you look closely at all of those, they were designed to have to create their own art. And so the rocket ship or robot wasn't art. It was, there's a little motor inside each one of those that when you press the motor, the object shakes. And if you take the caps off the markers there, they all kind of draw funny little different shapes on the bottom there. So it was really fun to see the students not only be creative and collaborative with the tools that were applied, but then be able to compare the way their objects made different art with one another. So hats off to Taylor for incorporating arts, not just in art class, but in everything that they were doing. Next slide. Just a series of shout outs as I want to get moving along to the real work of the day, which is the district UIP, and you'll hear from David Allison in just a moment. David is my new cell phone best friend. David and I are texting constantly, and he is super responsive, and he'll give you a brief security update this evening, which I'll frame that when we get there. But I wanted to thank David. This is his first year in leading security here for our district, and he has really stood up to the challenge. And if anybody wants to figure out how to communicate with me and understand what I'm trying to say, David's got me figured out. So he can be the translator. Second slide, unfortunately, these three individuals, we couldn't get a picture because they were busy still trying to save the world in transportation. But Daniel Rydell, Debbie Bartes, and Liz Woods, they've been super responsive to parents and supporting our students in ever-changing routes and times. We will start a review of transportation, some of the challenges that we've had there with bus shortages through an outside consultancy starting this week. We're super excited about that to bring in some out-of-the-box and innovative thinking. But the people over in transportation are working extremely hard, and they deserved the accolades there. Next slide. And then this last week, we just completed our first interim Renaissance Star assessment, creating our baseline for the year. We are at 92% compliance in the first way out of the gate, and that's thanks to Ashley Byers and her team in making sure that all the schools were prepared and trained, and also thanks to our IT team to be able to be sure that the implementation wasn't clogged up by usual, first time out of the gates. So 92% was very laudatory for the team this time. Over to Personnel Support Services, the Ed Effectiveness teams, Tanya Nosh and Donnell Potter, they have literally been moving heaven and earth to catch up with some of the network structure supports that we've put in place. And what I really like about what they're doing is they're adding our own internal reviews to ensure that the strategies that myself and the area superintendents have been leaning on are going to stick. And so every time we go somewhere, it seems like they're right behind us, making sure that the principals and the teachers and the staff there understand what it is that we're asking to do, and they have the tools to be able to do it. Shout out to them. Huge shout out to Paige Karn on the communications team. She's really been pushing our message up, out, and through the voices of our students. If you're not into TikTok, you should be, just to be able to see what our kids are doing, and as well as particularly our Big Kid Book Club. We've got I think over 250 families signed up already, and we've been able to connect that to some of our preschool enrollment opportunities as well. So thank you, Paige and the communications team.
What is the Kid Book Club?
Deborah, you want to come up and give it a shout out for a second? As part of my superintendent's report, Deborah Ashby, who's going to talk very quickly about our Big Kids Book Club, and she's almost to the microphone.
You can visit www.d11/book club, and on that page you'll see a sign up for families with children ages 2 to 5 to sign up to receive free books in the mail periodically throughout the school year. In addition, we'll also be sending preschool and early education tips on how to prepare your child for success long-term in school, and ultimately how to enroll your child into our kindergartens.
Okay, and now over to the shout outs from the area superintendent's team. You already heard of some of the really strong work happening on concurrent enrollment, and Kristen Miller gets a lot of credit for what's happening there. I hope people paid attention when you heard the words partnerships with Harvard, Stanford, Howard University. We want to talk about setting higher expectations and delivering those resources and aligning them to student opportunities. This is where it's happening, so thanks to Kristen for that work. And then the area superintendents combined to celebrate our Dr. Scott Mendelsberg, who you can see up there at our offsite today, doing a little bit of ropes work. Scott brings in multifaceted work in what he's doing here. He's codifying our pathways. He's brought CLEP, Ascent, and TREP back into what our primary focus. And really, he's really pulling the lessons of what happens at WASN and bringing them out into our collective work. And so this idea of WASN being separate from what it is we do as a district, WASN becomes a partner to what it is that we do as a district. And so I really appreciate Scott for the work that he's been doing for us. And I'd like to ask David to come forward now and give us a brief on security update. As David's coming forward, some might be familiar with, I put a letter out earlier this, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, to the community that said any student that makes a violent threat with a weapon towards another student or a school, despite all the other things that we're going to do, cannot come back to school until I meet with them and their families. I have met with 8 of those families. I am happy to say that all 8 sets of eyes that I have looked in of those children, not one of them did I feel was an actual threat. But we have a problem in our schools. The problem that we have in our schools, and the majority of these meetings have been at senior elementary years or at middle school years. And I can match just as many suicide assessments that have been done. And when I map those two back, I realize that our children do not have the tools that they need to process the stresses that they are under. And so we will be launching, and Sabin Middle School is the first to launch, a renewed anti-bullying campaign that will stretch over the course of the year. And I think you will also hear from some of the updates from our arts partners today on how arts can also be influential for students understanding how to process the way they feel and not have to resort to violence either against themselves or threats of violence against our schools and our community. David?
Good evening. Thank you, Superintendent Gall and Board of Education, for the opportunity to give you the overview of the security department. I don't need to do it anymore because the superintendent just gave it for me. We have a simple mission, as you can see, but the real challenge is, with today's challenges and things going on with the world, our challenge is actually a big challenge. Things that are going on, as the superintendent said, we have all these threat assessments that we're doing now because kids are making social media posts of weapons. I'm going to shoot up the school. What threats towards other students. Again, we're taking them serious. After hours, we're calling the police department to go do welfare checks on those individuals to make sure they don't have weapons, coordinating with the school so that we have a plan in place when we come to school in the morning that every kid is safe at the school when we get there. The other big challenge that everybody has seen, and going back to the drugs in the city, it's so easy to get the potency of marijuana, the availability of fentanyl. We are now going to push the dog searches in the schools to get the drugs out of our schools. Again, we've got to keep schools safe for kids to be safe at schools. We're kind of a small department. There's 62 of us, 14 of us working out of the district office, being myself, 2 coordinators that we split the district in half, supervising the campus supervisors, and then responding to the schools themselves, working with the administration to give them any assistance, working with the crisis plans to make sure that we're in compliance with policies and procedures. And then we have our coordinator investigator who works with HR doing all of our personnel investigations. And then he also supervises the 10 armed security patrols that we have in the district that run a 24/7 answering the service of any incident after hours and making sure we're responding to and keeping the school safe afterwards. Then we have our 2 support people. We have a admin specialist that takes the phone calls and our dispatcher within keeping us busy, sending us to all the schools where everything's happening at. And if you look at the campus supervisors down on the 3rd line, it looks kind of lopsided because one school coordinator has 19, another has 27. It's the way that the district split and the way the schools fall on the side of the roads is why one's lopsided in that, but we still counteract with each other to make sure that the campus security officers are getting trained. The good thing that community likes, some will say we shouldn't have them in there. We just completed a training course with the campus security guys, certifying them, putting another 9 officers armed in the schools, so now we have a total of 25 campus security officers in the schools to help be a first-line defense if something does happen in the schools. Our partnership with the CSPD, we can't work without them. The district can't survive. One of the best resources we've added to the district, calls for service. I can call any of those 11 resource officers and go to any school within the district within a reasonable time. If we had to do it for call for service, it could be 3 to 5 hours before we could get a call for service to handle an incident inside the schools. The other nice piece that we have is we have a district-wide rover that actually covers the whole district, fills in for when we have the absences at the high schools and middle schools. And then we have 2 sergeants assigned to us that basically we can call them and get any information we need going on and react to situations. couple of the things that we talked about for emergency things. The city now has divided the city into the zoning. I had a meeting yesterday with the school safety pillars, which includes fire department and police department. They're working with the school districts to map them out where their locations is with the zonings of the zones. The big key piece they want to push is people signing up for the notifications to get the alerts if there's something going on. The community is aware of what zones is affected and how to respond and act to those things going on. We use a standard protocol for our responses to incidents in the school. There's 5 of them that we use that are the mandated stuff. A hold basically keeps the kids in their classroom so that they're not moved around if there's an incident going in the school. That best one I'll use is medical, where we're trying to bring an ambulance crew into the classroom to deal with the injured kid or whatever. That allows the kids from being in the hallway and letting personnel get in there. We have our secure, which basically is a threat on the outside, probably more than likely. PD doing something on the outside. We bring all the kids in, making sure they still do the day-to-day school activities. We have put schools on secured because of the bears in the neighborhood. So it's not just used for the emergencies. There are other reasons that we do use the other things. Lockout, we're basically threats on the inside. Everybody's responding to the school to figure out how do we support that school. Evacuations, if we have to evacuate the school, we have plans to move schools to their off-site location with working with transportation, depending on how far their movement is. We can send the buses to the schools to get them out of there even quicker. And then shelter is now a severe weather warning, so we have time to react to that. So we put the kids in a shelter, and then working with Devers' crew, sending out the notifications of how we need to pick your kids up and stuff like that. Right now, we just got the approval for our RFP for the security audit. Hopefully, we've got the vendor name, so I'm hoping next board meeting that you guys can vote on it. We'll approve the contract so that we can get the audit started going and see where we really stand with our buildings, of how vulnerable are they. I can tell you for a fact already with background, they're vulnerable. They're easy access to get in there. And I know it's going to cost a lot of money to bring it up to what everybody wants them to be, but I want to be proactive instead of reactive. How can we keep our schools safe? So with that, any questions?
So, do you have any more to share with them?
No, we're super excited about the RFP. We were very specific in the RFP that we were not looking for just physical security solutions. And the reason that I mentioned arts and wanted to combine this update with arts is that I just believe so strongly that we will never win the just stop it game on security. That every time we have this question of what happened, we ask our principals and our counselors to try and get to the why. And again, as I have sat with both students and families who have suggested self-harm as well as harm on others, we're peeling back and we're finding that there are stressors on our kids. And so yes, we will hold our students and our families accountable. If you say you're going to shoot a school up, you're going to get suspended. You can tell me all day long that it's a joke after I suspend you, but there's still going to be the discipline that you're suspended. We will talk and we will try and figure out why you thought that was funny. And we find out that the student doesn't think it was funny. They're manifesting another stress that they don't know how to process. And so as we go through this RFP, the goal is not to chain link fence every one of our buildings. It's to figure out how can we create an environment where students and staff and community feel safe and know that they are protected at the same time. Thank you, David.
So thank
Any
you.
questions for
Any
David?
questions for Commander Allison? Oh. Director Daniels.
Thank you. I was just curious about when it comes to the budget, you guys, I don't hear your voice often. and I know we have a need. And yet at the same token, there's this conversation that comes forth, but as the buildings are aging, as everything is moving towards not being able to have enough funding, and you have 62 people on your team, and we have about, 55 buildings. So that's definitely not enough people. How are you doing?
Good question, ma'am.
Yeah.
We're surviving. What happens when I need the money, I go to John McCarron and say, hey, we need more money for this, and he helps find it for us.
So he's not just looking for IT, right? It's not just going to computers or whatever idea, that people have when they hear you speak, basically.
So my department falls under John McCarron.
Yeah, security department falls under.
And a lot of those physical security items come up through the facilities team. And so even in the fund balance, there was money set aside for secure entry. That isn't happening in isolation. That's coming from our own assessments and our own reviews. It's just because it's a physical change to the building, it's then manifested by FTOC and not through David and his team.
Yeah.
And entry has nothing to do with the back and the sides and how sometimes doors are propped open and to bring things in. So there's a lot
Yeah, we'll
happening.
never defend ourselves.
Right.
We have to be thinking holistically about the issue.
Thank you. Have to.
It's educating everybody in the building.
Yeah, thank you, and I have Director Loma too here in a minute, but thank you for keeping our buildings safe. And I was going to point out to our community that we talked about it at that work session last week, about setting aside around $11 million to provide secure entry into our schools with that vestibules. So we are proactively addressing some of those things. Director Loma.
Well, I had a question, I think, to follow up on what Chief said. I was going to ask, are you fully staffed?
Yes, sir.
I mean, fully staffed to where everybody is safe?
I don't want to put Director Allison on the spot there. We are fully staffed as budgeted. We are super excited about the final hires we were able to do in partnership with Phoebe Bailey and her team at the micro hiring events that we did in August. We found a lot of security personnel there. But we, again, and I'll stand up here, we'll never have enough people to be able to just defend our way. It has to also be through partnership. Our partnership with CSPD is very strong. In the example I gave earlier about the threats to buildings and to other students, we have been sending CSPD to visit families over the weekend when we believe that there is a threat, where I think our old protocol would have been just to capture the student. I don't mean capture like lock them up. I mean to meet the student in the morning off the bus. And we are just taking a harder position that said, I don't want a child and a family to have days to be thinking about it as a risk.
Yeah.
We're going to go after it beforehand.
So we budget, what, with the CSPD, about what, 300,000, 380, 400,000 a year for their police officers to be here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so on your stuff, are any of them post-certified?
Yes, sir.
They are? Are you post, or you were?
I'm retired military police.
So, okay, so that's good. So, and this might sound funny, but I was here when we had a big problem. Are we doing background checks on the police that come on campus?
The school district's not doing the background. They're doing their own internal.
And the reason I ask is we didn't background in 2011.
Yep.
And one of the police officers was molesting our wrestling team and so there was 23 molestations by that police officer, and we were held accountable because we did not background check the police. Now, I thought that was crazy because you would figure a police was background checked, but it didn't matter. Because we didn't do a background check, we were held, I think it was like 75% liable.
Yeah, I'll review that and create an MOU with CSPD to make sure that.
They do their background check, but we still have to do ours, because we will be liable if anything happens with that police officer on our campus. That's a fact.
Yeah.
And we were so close to losing that lawsuit that if we would have lost that lawsuit, we would have had to shut down D11. And so that's very, very important to follow up on. And then my last thing is, when will we discuss or allow teachers to voluntarily conceal carry?
So
See, that's something-
that's not for Director Allison to answer. So
Well,
that's a board policy decision, and so please, if you want to direct that, Director Loma, towards the
And I am.
board.
I'm
don't want
not saying him. This is the-
I know, but you're eyeballing him, and I don't want him to feel like
Oh,
he
no,
has
no, I'm
to
sorry.
respond to that.
We get along, we're good, right?
We're good.
We're good. I'm just saying, these are things that we have to really consider, since like you said, we can't hire enough people. But you know what? There's a lot of individuals that are well-trained and know how to handle themselves in those situations. And they're in our school district, they have to be somewhere. And we're not utilizing them. And then if something happens, then we're gonna say, well, we should have done this. Well, that's a little late. So those are two things. Background checks, we have to background check our police officers on our campuses. And we have to look at who would voluntarily be willing to conceal carry.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't involved with the District 11 when this court case that Director Loma is alluding happened, but I've heard about it. I think that SRO was actually serving as a volunteer in an after-school program in the school, in the wrestling thing, and that's when it happened. So it opened up where we do a background check on volunteers that come into our facilities, and that's how that policy got put into place, where we do the background check on the volunteers that put into place. And again, I am just quoting hearsay thing. I could be wrong on that. And Superintendent Gall said that he's going to check on it. Director Nelson.
I was also going to ask how our staffing was was just going to remind the board that this past spring, we as a board approved a pay increase to the security department, that we were at the bottom as far as paying our security staff, and now we're in the top. Am I remembering correctly?
Yes,
that we're in the
ma'am.
top as far as the surrounding districts? And so just to Director Daniels' point, if she doesn't hear your voice very often, I remember very recently we heard it and we did meet that need. So I'm glad to hear that we're fully staffed, and glad that we were able to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to Mr. McCarron out there. And good point that you brought about that pay raise that the board, I was going to bring it up. It went up from $15 to $18 or $19, if I remember right. And you brought that up into the board because we identified some money that was left over in the budget or something like that at that time, if I recall right. So thank you.
Their
And I'm glad
starting
that we could-
salary's $20.75 right now.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's great. So wish we could do the same thing for all our other employee groups too. Thank you. And any other questions to Superintendent Gall on his report that he made? Okay. Director Art.
Thank you. I just had a question from a constituent. They wondered how a person can report something to security after hours if they should see something at a school.
So we have Safe to Tell.
Okay. So
And
that would be
I'll send you the links in all the ways, and you can share it with your constituents.
I got the app.
Great.
But I'll pass it on.
If it is like, I've seen this too, like somebody I see, because my house backs to a school, and I see sometimes students, or especially in the summertime, I don't know if it's students, or they are like, I would call vandalizing the school to some extent, What do you do in that case? Do we call,
Go ahead.
if somebody spots somebody vandalizing one of our properties?
We'd like them to call our security officers because we man it 24/7. It does roll into their phones. If you call the main number at 719-520-2287. Not so fast. 719-520-2287.
Okay, thank you. And Superintendent Gall, thank you for your shout outs that you give. Some of these people that you show on pictures out there, Unfortunately, I've never seen them. They work in the basement or somewhere in the back offices out there. Now I can put a face to their names and I know who they are. And if I run into them at the parking area or something, I can thank them in person.
You're welcome. Always happy to sing the praises of our strong team.
Yeah, thank you. Moving on, consent items. Director Loma, can you please make the motion to adopt the consent items?
I move the Board of Education adopt all consent items as designated in the agenda. Consent items are C2 approval of September 14, 2022 regular meeting minutes. C3 approval of personnel recommendations for September 28, 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Marcella, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Melpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The consent items are adopted. Moving on, action items. There are no contract awards. There are no budget transfers. Director Ott, can you please make the motion for action item D3?
Yes, I move that the Board of Education approve the working agreement between the board and the superintendent.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So to provide some context, we are not going to be extensively discussing this item at this time, but this was discussed, this was brought as a non-action item a couple of weeks back. And since the beginning of August, the Board of Education and the superintendent had the opportunity. Can you pull up those documents if you can on board docs, Marcella? Had the opportunity to collaborate and get some productive work accomplished at a couple of board retreats. We put in about 6 hours of work collectively, and the results are captured in a couple of documents. The first is the board and superintendent agreement. This captures the working relationship between the board and the superintendent, and Marcella is pulling up that document, or you can go to board docs yourself and take a look at it. The items highlighted in the blue in the document are the responsibility of the board. It falls under policy and governance. The items highlighted in orange are the responsibility of the superintendent. It falls under the operation and execution of our school district under the board guidance, but that falls under superintendent, as you can see. So the school board defines the what, the desired end results. The superintendent defines the how, the path to those end results. This clearly defines our respective roles and lanes. And then, Marcella, if you can go to the second document that is highlighted out there, that's the performance objectives evaluation measures. And this document essentially provides the board guidance and directive to the superintendent for the first semester with the deadline of meeting these tasks by January of 2023. The asks are listed in the order of priority and delivery, but as and when a report is ready, Superintendent Gall, please advise me accordingly, and then we can schedule it at a work session so the team, so your team can receive feedback from the board too. And Director Ott, at the last board meeting, you had asked for clarity in this document. I think the way that this document captures it now, it's all captured in this one document. It's self-standing by itself now. Hope that addresses what you brought to the table at the last board meeting. The emphasis is on this document for the next 3 or 4 months. There are 2 other documents attached on board docs. Both those documents capture the work done by the board during the spring of last year. The board may circle back to this document at a later point in time after January, but my encouragement to Superintendent Gall and his team is to still keep an eye on this document and monitor progress because we did some good work in that. So with that, I'm going to see if there are any board comments on this. We discussed it last week. If not, Marcella, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Melpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
She's out of the room.
Oh. She had indicated online aye.
Okay.
Director Ott?
Aye.
So the ayes have it. So this motion is adopted. Moving on, Vice President Jorgensen, and good luck to you, Superintendent Gall, and we look forward to hearing all those reports. Vice President Jorgensen, did you have anything to say on that? Okay. It looked like you wanted to talk, so I didn't want to get Okay. Unified Improvement Plan, Vice President Jorgensen, can you please make the motion for action item D4?
Yes, I move that the Board of Education approve the West Elementary School, Midland Elementary School, Galileo Middle School, and Mitchell High School Unified Improvement Plans for submission to the Colorado Department of Education.
Second.
Moved and seconded. This item, again, we discussed it extensively. I think we took 2 or 3 hours, at least 2 hours, if I remember right. At the last board meeting, we discussed it as a non-action item. Looking at the board, do you have any additional comments before we adopt this item?
President Packham?
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, that's why, can you turn it off, the thing, so I can see who, yep, there you go. Director Ott. Yep. Director Ott, go ahead.
Thank you. I think considering the comments today and also comments made at a work session last week about budgeting, I'm not sure there's an understanding fully about the extent of tutoring in our schools. And I think, ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, maybe this is vaguely related anyway, we need to communicate that better, and specifically when it comes to these schools, how tutoring or intervention is happening. And then in general, I think we need to let our public know about ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 and where we are with that funding and hiring tutors, et cetera, in hopes of improving our academic achievement.
Thanks, Director Ott. We are expanding our review of tutoring opportunities, but I will lean in and lead in to tell folks that just saying tutoring doesn't make it happen. We are still almost 100 teachers short, and so if I allocate for 200 tutors, I'll be standing here telling you I'm 150 tutors short. It is very difficult to find the qualified individuals to volunteer or be paid for their time to contribute to the work of the schools. And so many school districts, of which some that I have had some of which I have been on administrative staffs for, have put themselves all in on high impact tutoring to only find out that they ended up in the same space they were beforehand, which was the quality of the tutor or instructor deems the quality of the money that you spent against it. And so I hear very loudly that we want tutoring, and both Tamara and I are taking several meetings over the course of the next week before the fund balance re-meeting during the work session to explore those. But we can't just say, get tutoring, because we'll be right back where we are right now to one of the UIPs here, to Principal Smith at Mitchell High School, still being short of staff. So saying, well, we're going to add tutoring to Mitchell High School is a wonderful idea, but I'd really like to first get it fully staffed to then figure out how to get tutoring. Now, on the other side to that is we do have some partnerships that we can be expanding. And so the Children's Literacy Center is providing high-quality tutoring, and I believe this week they expanded their existing relationship now over to Columbia Elementary School as well. So we can do that, but that is best done through a relationship with either a nonprofit or for-profit entity. If I understand, Chief Odom, if you have the number available, I think we had $600,000 programmed in ESSER 2 for tutors. So the district acknowledged some time ago the need for tutors. That's $600,000 of unspent ESSER 2, because again, just magic pixie dust, I want tutors, it's not going to happen. So we have the money. What we don't have is a partnership to be able to meet that, but we are exploring it.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments about the unified improvement plan for the 4 schools that we talked about, West, Midland, Galileo, and Mitchell previously? Seeing none, Marcella, roll call, please.
Director Bankus? Director Daniels? Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma? Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Director Nelson is still stepped out.
Director Ott?
The ayes have it. So, good luck. I see Principal George Smith out there. You brought a strong plan there, but the plan is in paper. You got to execute it now and to make sure that Mitchell is trending in the right direction. And hopefully we don't have to see you back here again next year. So, thank you.
We will see him back here next year when we do a school spotlight.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Miss Newton, too. Thank you. I didn't see you. Director Daniels, can you please read the resolution for the Arts Month and make the motion?
Arts Month, October 2022. Whereas the month of October has been recognized as National Arts and Humanities Month by thousands of arts and cultural organizations, communities, and states across the country, as well as by the White House and Congress for more than 2 decades. Whereas arts education comprising a rich array of disciplines including dance, music, theater, media arts, literature, design, and visual arts, it's a core academic subject and an essential element of a complete and balanced education for all students. Whereas arts education enables students to develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills, imagination and creativity, discipline and collaboration, alternative ways to communicate and express feelings and ideas, and cross-cultural understanding across the curriculum, as well as a personal growth outside the classroom, all of which support the D11 graduate profile for student success. Whereas to succeed in today's economy, students must masterfully, use words, images, sounds, and movement to communicate. Whereas when schools and communities deliver high-quality learning opportunities in, through, and about the arts for children, extraordinary results occur. Whereas arts education has a demonstrated ability to increase attendance rates and student engagement, graduation rates, and student achievement, especially for at-risk and underserved students, whereas attracting and retaining the best teachers is vital and can be achieved by ensuring that schools embrace the arts, becoming havens for creativity and innovation, and whereas arts is integral to the lives of every American and essential to the health and vitality of the Pikes Peak region and of the nation, now therefore be it resolved that the Colorado Springs District 11 Board of Education reaffirms the importance of the arts as an essential element of a well-rounded, strong academic education, and be it further resolved that the Board of Education supports the designation of October 2022 as Arts Month and calls on all district employees and families to observe the month with creative activities throughout the Pikes Peak region and school district. I move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2023-03 proclaiming October 2022 as Arts Month in District 11.
Moved and seconded. Superintendent Gall, I think you have a presentation and an introduction to make.
I apologize, I was taking a snack. Did we do the arts? Oh.
You need to introduce, I think.
I need to introduce the team that's been waiting so patiently to be able to come forward. So please, Laura Lee McDaniel, please come forward. Thank you. I had the great opportunity of meeting with Laura in one of our principal pipeline opportunities. And I have to tell you that I was just blown away at the vision that she has on what arts can do not just what she's going to show you here, but literally to change the world. And so we were visioning that night, and I have in several other conversations with my team, anytime there's an opening somewhere, I say like, well, could Laura Lee take that job? Could Laura Lee take that job? And then everybody tells me no, because it would be just so much if we were to lose her in the current role that she is right now. But just the floor is yours, and we look forward to your presentation.
President Board of Directors, we are so grateful to be here tonight to highlight all of the wonderful happenings in the arts for D11, but not only for D11, but also the Pikes Peak region and the nation, as all three of those groups celebrate October as Arts Month. So as you can see up here, we partner with Copper, and Copper and D11 celebrate Arts Month by encouraging people to go out with their friends, their families, and have at least one new cultural experience. And our hope is that everybody in this room will go out and have one cultural experience and put it on social media and tag D11. So we actually have a arts, it's hashtag D11 Arts, and we hope you will use that all October long and maybe even after October. So, as Superintendent Gall said, my name is Laurie Lee McDaniel. I'm the Visual and Performing Arts Facilitator, and I am joined by Jen Lennon, the Arts Integration Specialist for D11, and we're just thrilled. We're here tonight to invite you to all the wide range of arts activities that we have for our district this month, or in the coming months. And so what we did is we made a calendar, and we put it on our website, so this is easily accessible for our community, our schools, our parents, and our students. I'm afraid to click out of this to not get back into this, but I'm gonna try. So you'll see we included all months. So you can actually use this far beyond Arts Month, but for Arts Month, it's specific. You'll see here, there's something almost every day, except for Sundays. You can see things like band concerts, choir concerts. We have some of our thespians from our local high schools acting in Evergreen Cemetery. Not this weekend, but next weekend. And if you join the art bus, we have the art bus going to some of our elementary schools to create art with parents and students and everybody in that elementary school community. So I am going to flip back into this and turn it over to Jen to let her talk about some of our partnerships we have in D11.
Thank you, Lori Lee. And as Lori Lee said, learning in the arts should go beyond our classrooms, expand into our community. I know that's one of your priorities is community engagement. It is for visual and performing arts as well. So this is a very full slide in front of you, and that's intentional because we wanted you to be aware of all the partnerships that we have currently for this school year with all these arts organizations across the Pikes Peak region. This isn't just for October, this continues throughout the year. These organizations partner with us not only to create experiences, special performances, but we have the D11 Artist in Residency program. We have even 3 of these arts organizations working together, collaborating to help us identify with the Gifted and Talented Department those students who are gifted in the arts areas. So we are connected in multiple ways with these groups. And what's exciting beyond the opportunity for arts with these organizations is the avenue that it opens to connect to our students in new and unique ways, particularly when it comes to their mental health, their social and emotional well-being, perhaps their dreams, their worries, their fears, and their anxieties. The arts provide a door in that can't be provided in other ways. They supersede words. They wrap around experiences. So that's what's very exciting about these partnerships. And I wanted to highlight 2 for you particularly this evening that do just that. One is with Ormayo. Ormayo is the only professional dance company here in Southern Colorado. They partner with TESSA. If you're not familiar with TESSA, they're a nonprofit here in town for the prevention and safety of survivors of domestic violence. They have an incredible program called Hands Are for Holding. They come into the schools with a movement experience that was laid on them by the Gibney Ballet Company in New York City. And they work with TESSA to have movement experiences that are followed up by discussions in order to promote understanding of healthy relationships. And you can see right there what our students have said in D11 as they experienced this program last year. It is offered for free to all 6th grade classes throughout our district, and we hope all 9 middle schools will take advantage of that this year. And what's wonderful about it is there's follow-up. There are lesson plans, and it's a collaborative not only between Tessa or Mayo and VAPA, but Don Bowden's office is involved with support. It goes through counselors, as well as Darian Founds, our health facilitator, who has connected us with the comprehensive health grant from the CDE this year. So this is an opportunity for students. I can't tell you what it's like. I hope you'll join us to see what it's like at one of the middle schools as we watch students sort of discover a new way into understanding their world around them, or perhaps they see something in their own lives portrayed through movement that they didn't even really understand before that moment. And counselors are there, and we can wrap around our mental health professionals to support students in these moments. The other one I'd like to emphasize began in our high schools last year, the Youth Documentary Academy, founded by Tom Shepard. He's actually a Palmer grad, so one of our own. And he is a filmmaker that brings young people together in the Pikes Peak region. They make short documentaries that have actually been featured around the nation on a variety of topics, everything from immigration to PTSD to colorism to family situations. And he creates a series. That series has been picked up by Rocky Mount PBS and now American Broadcasting Television, so it's around the world with our Pikes Peak voices, including some D11 students. We bring together a small screening committee, students from every high school campus. They decide what's most appropriate for their campus, and we bring that to the school with a pre-lesson for teachers that involves reading for all purposes and understanding film as text. We also wrap around with a community support panel based on the subjects of the films. Last year, over 1,000 high school students were able to see these films. 94% of them said it mattered that the Youth Media Film Festival came to their school in person. And that is a picture of the Doherty panel. Doherty has a wellness committee that also served as part of the panel. And I can't even tell you the beautiful conversation that was started about students' personal experience inspired by these films that then allowed teachers and counselors and other students to walk alongside students who might be struggling. So these are incredible tools right in front of us to help our students succeed, community engagement, and to get our staff invested, which I believe are all your priorities as well. So I encourage you to come to any of those events and follow up if you'd like to know more information.
And then just very quickly, Andy Vick is the executive director for Copper, and that is the cultural office of the Pikes Peak region. And he asked me to share a few of his words with you.
Hi, this is Andy Vick, Executive Director of the Cultural Office of the Pikes Peak region, and I'd like to invite you to join me in celebrating Arts Month this October. Each fall, Arts Month elevates the visibility of arts and culture across our region. As we always say, it's the perfect time to have one new cultural experience with family or friends. Everything you need to know about Arts Month can be found at artsoctober.com. We really have an amazing creative community in and around Colorado Springs, and I hope you'll join us in celebrating local arts and culture this October.
So just to close, we just wanted to remind you that I hope that you will view that calendar as an open invitation to join us at any of those arts experiences that are occurring in our district all month long, and we're grateful for your participation.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that report with us, and I'm going to look at my board directors. Do you have any comments or input before we adopt this resolution? Director Daniels.
Thank you. Hi. So good to see you, ladies. I just wanted to confirm the UDA is also connected to, I think we've had some students that actually won, and they were featured at the Rocky Mountain Women's Film Festival, right? Yes. And I think that was before you guys came in, so thank you for going get that partnership, because we have, it was a family that I actually was with at Martinez Elementary, and I was so shocked to see them on stage. I was like, oh my gosh, I bawled and cried because of that documentary. And they're always looking for youth to participate in that competition, getting the film experience, getting their stories, getting them to get involved. And so I'm excited that we have truly jumped in. So thank you for your work, because this has been happening for years.
And now we're linking it. It's so awesome.
There was a student last year who was at the film festival at Doherty who then saw Tom and now has made a film because of that experience that will be featured around the country now.
Yes, thank you. And I think Rocky Mountain Women's is like the longest running festival in the country, right? They are totally known for what they're doing. Love that festival. Love the fact that we're there and we're getting involved. Thank you for just connecting it. It's awesome. Along with all of the others, don't get me wrong. I'm totally like, yeah, this is so good to be partnered with the community that's actually doing things that we want for our students. So thank you. Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Director Bankus.
Yes, one of the partners is Theater Across Borders. Could you briefly tell us what that is?
Sure. Theater Across Borders was devised a few years ago as a place to find theater in unusual places, on a bus, in a park. Theater Across Borders came alongside D11 last year with a 5th grade class at Martinez Elementary School, where they brought in mad science actors and the 5th graders who were studying simple machines, and they worked together to create a play. And then the 3 professional actors took all the students' ideas, they went through rewrites, concepts. That play about a toy maker shop actually traveled to 17 of our elementary schools then, based upon mad science, Theater Across Borders, and those 5th grade students who helped author the play.
And we have actually set in motion for them to come back again to Martinez and do that again with their 5th graders this year. That's great.
So beautiful integration of science, theater, writing, all right there. And it was a great play.
Director Loma.
Well, first of all, I love the arts. I'm a musician. All my kids, music, sing. And then I've directed several dramas, so I like drama. Dramas are great for telling stories about life and character issues, and it's just great. Surprisingly, I love dance. Now, you gotta understand, I came from a ghetto, and dancing was not my thing. So here I am in high school, probably junior, and I'm walking by a classroom, and I looked in and I see all kinds of girls dancing. And I'm maybe from the ghetto, but I ain't dumb. And I looked in there and I go, and I asked, what is that in there? Oh, that's the dance class. I go, well, how do you get in there? He go, oh, you gotta sign up for it. Well, I didn't sign up because I like dance. I signed up for the other reason, right? I said, oh, so I signed up. And everybody, all my friends thought I was crazy until they came to my class and see me. I've never felt so liked and appreciated in my life. I'm like the only guy in the classroom, so all the girls wanted to dance with me. I learned the foxtrot, I learned waltz, I learned salsa, I learned, you name it, Zumba, all those, I know all the classical dances, and you would never guess. And it was all because I made a mistake. Well, I just did it for the wrong reason. But what dance did for me, it opened up the world. I would have never even thought about the classics of different countries, different states, different eras. That was like, are you kidding me? So they taught me that. So here I am from the neighborhood learning about all the culture things. And I couldn't tell nobody because they think I was funny. But I just really appreciate the arts. And so I just want to thank you. I know it is so underappreciated because when you have cuts, normally the arts are the first to go. And I've seen it, and I've tried to fight against it, but I believe you guys are essential, so thank you.
You should come dance with one of our elementary
Yeah.
Director Art.
Thank you. I had heard something about the Youth Documentary Academy having an event soon, and it is November 5th. So people who are interested in the new crop of films, if you will, can see them, I guess, at the Cornerstone Center for the Arts, I think it is. So.
Yes, and that'll be the culminating event. That's why our week in the schools is November 1st through the 4th. That afternoon, they're creating a Gen Z experience where they're inviting journalists, there's professors, there will be academic institutions, and our students are invited to attend that seminar symposium for free the afternoon at Cornerstone.
Excellent. Thank
you.
you.
So it's designed, the model is all designed together.
Wonderful. Thanks.
I'm glad that Director Loma can dance because I can't. I've got 2 left feet, so invite them for the dances. I can just come and watch it or whatever it is. Dorothy homecoming dance is coming up this week. I just wanted to share this up there. So I was talking to my daughter about that, and I said the board has appointed me as the chaperone for homecoming, and I just threw it out there. There is no chaperone from the board, but she was just all flustered about it. Director Nelson.
I just wanted to correct the record. We had a brief conversation in the hall, and I don't know if there was miscommunication or misunderstanding, but apparently my kids' school did not lose their orchestra and band teacher due to declining enrollment. It was a administrative decision. So wanted to correct the record. But thank you, ladies, for presenting tonight, and thank you for all that you're doing for the arts. And I'm passionate about it also, and just so thankful for District 11 and that I still play. I stopped playing violin for 8 years when I left District 11. The first college I went to didn't have an orchestra, and I regret that I dropped it because I just think, how good would I be now if I had continued? And so, but I picked it back up, and that's something that, we're planting seeds now in these kids for hobbies that they might pick back up in the future as adults. You can play an instrument for the rest of your life. There are people in the community orchestra that I played in the last several years that, not now with doing the board, I've had to kind of drop that, but there are some very, I don't know how to say this nice, people who are very wise. They've been playing a really long time, if you get what I'm saying. I mean, you can play an instrument a really long time for the rest of your life. So just thank you for being able to put that out for our students.
And the studies are clear that the arts activate academic learning. So we want to make sure that when we talk about academics, that we speak about the arts as both a leading and a lagging indicator of what's happening in our classrooms. My personal story, my son, I listened to his concert last night, Washington State University Orchestra, as I was doing emails way late at night, and he sends me the links, and it's just so wonderful to see what was the only reason he went to school was to be able to put a violin, and I always say on his shoulder, and he says, "No, Dad, it doesn't go on my shoulder." I said, "Okay, right." But just thank you all for this and for what you're doing for our students.
Yeah, and to add on to Superintendent Gall, it's not only about that academic achievement that we are talking about, and one of the goals that we talk about, and we are going to talk about it in the UDIP, engaging our community. Okay, I was at the cross-country event at Scott, and the thing that stood out to me was how many parents showed up out there to support our students. There was no parking place out there, and that's the same thing arts does it. We talk over and over again about, hey, how do we engage our community to get our community into our schools? Arts is the way to open up, because parents are always willing to come out there, even in their busy schedule, to see their child perform out there in a musical event or an orchestra or a play that they put together. So the last couple of years, because of all the challenges, some of those things were not happening. I hope that we actively do that going into the holiday season too, some of the concerts that kids put together. And keep sending those invites to the board. I will keep checking your calendars too. So thank you. And before you go, I know I talked to several of the art teachers today. They are all sitting in the audience. So please stand up. Let's give you a recognition if you are an art teacher in the district.
Can you just say your name and your school?
I'm Wendy Foose. I'm at Coronado High School.
Dave Kohler, I'm at Adams Elementary.
Junior Molina, Man Middle School.
Stephanie Crow, Achieve Online.
Joshua Walker, Stratton.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for all of you coming here to support this resolution too. Roll call, please, Maricela.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The board proudly adopts October as Arts Resolution, Arts Month, this resolution recognizing the arts. Secretary Bankus, can you please read the next resolution, National Principal Appreciation Month, and make the motion for action item D6?
Yes. Resolution 2023-04, National Principals Appreciation Month, October 1st through the 31st. Whereas it is the primary responsibility of the Colorado Springs School District 11 Board of Education and the superintendent to preserve and improve resources for schools so that all students have access to a quality education and foundation for a successful future. And whereas school principals play an integral part as instructional leaders in the education and growth of students in elementary, middle, and secondary schools in Colorado Springs School District 11, and whereas school principals are responsible for promoting education and building relationships to ensure that each student receives services that meets their needs to excel in the classroom and life, and whereas school principals face many challenges in supporting and educating our young people, and it is through their perseverance and passion that Colorado Springs School District 11 continues to produce quality, career-ready students. And whereas we will continue to encourage, support, and recognize our school principals who continually ensure a positive impact on students and the educational process. Therefore, the Colorado Springs School District 11 Board of Education does hereby proclaim the month of August 1st through the 31st, 2022 as Principals Appreciation Month. I move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2023-04 endorsing October 22 as National Principal Appreciation Month.
Second.
Did the resolution, just out of curiosity, did the resolution say August to, did you read it as August or October?
October. Did
Okay.
I say August?
I thought I did.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that was just, okay, we correct that, the resolution reads August 1st to August 31st.
Oh, Darlene didn't sign. Darlene didn't
Yep,
sign.
Superintendent
Darren, welcome
Gall.
forward.
He just said it wrong.
Area Superintendent for the Northeast, Darren Joyner, former principal, Jenkins Middle School.
Good evening.
Darren Jenkins?
I knew that was gonna stick. Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. We are honored to bring forth this resolution to acknowledge our appreciation for the hard work our school principals do to improve outcomes for our kids. We are thankful to the principals in District 11 for the way that they pour into our students, our staff, families, and school communities. Our schools often see principals as the face of the building, but they don't always see the work being done behind the scenes to make sure that school experience is exactly what we want it to be. So thank you to each of our principals in District 11.
So thank you, Mr. Joyner. Board members, any comments before we adopt this resolution? Director Daniels.
I want to concur with Principal Jordan. It's going to take a while to get that one out.
Yeah, once a principal, always a principal.
You know, it's going to take a while because I have always appreciated everything you have done. And of course, your modeling for it and all of the principals, that is not an easy job. And they get slammed, but you are taking on a lot when it comes to being there every day and managing all the different conversations that are taking place. And with all of that, there still has to be a gratefulness that if you didn't do it, where would we be? Bottom line, good, bad, or ugly, it still takes someone to say, I'm going to show up and get it done in spite of all the criticism, in spite of all the upset, in spite of all that stuff that goes on, you're still there. And all of the principals that we have in this district. Bottom line, thank you. Thank you.
Director Bankus. Oh, hang on a minute. I got Director Jorgensen first. Okay. Yeah, Director Jorgensen.
Okay. Being an educator, knowing what our principals do in every building site, knowing the heat that they take, the things that they protect us from as teachers, and how we hear about sometimes how they go to bat for us, and sometimes we don't hear about all the things they do to go to bat for us. And so, you know, as a lot of people on this board have mentioned, and Director Bankus has principal experience as well. So they're the instructional leader. They are the one that sets the tone and the culture for our buildings and our schools. So they're a pivotal and vital part of everything we do here in D11, and so we absolutely celebrate them. We're moving with this new administration to support you as principals and to get you everything that you need to be top-notch and bringing excellence to our teachers and to our students. And we celebrate you in October. Thank you for all you do for D11.
Director Bankus.
My colleagues have already said what I was going to say, so I'll just say I concur, and thank you to the principals for showing up every day and being that instructional leader and being that morale booster and making sure that their students come first. So thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further comments, I'm going to echo some of the comments from my board colleagues, ditto. Everything that you guys said. You guys are the critical cog in the wheel, and I have over and over again said the importance of the principals. As goes the principal, so goes the school. Okay, if you put the right principal in that right environment, the school turns around. So food for thought going forth to the board and superintendent too. One thing that we brought up at the last employee negotiations, we should seriously look into what District 11 compensation for our principals is compared to what the surrounding districts are. And we got to attract the best and the brightest talent out there, and that comes with compensation. And putting the right principal, and sometimes it takes, unfortunately, money and finances to attract the best and the brightest, but they come with the burning desire and motivation to do everything possible to turn the school district around. So this is a topic that we need to consider going forth. Thanks for all that the principals do and all the fires you put out day in and day out and keep our schools running. Marcella, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. And one thing I want to also share with this, it's with the community. This is an opportunity for the community over the next month to reach out to our principals and thank them for the job that they are doing. Okay, I mean, if you are a parent out there, just go and shake the hands of the principal and say thank you for the job that they're doing. They are out there in the kiss and go lane, directing traffic, and so great opportunity for you to jump out of the car or ask your student to do a card, and I'm sure the principals would appreciate it and display it proudly in their offices. So thank you. Moving on. Non-action items. So the first item is the Unified District Improvement Plan. This item is new information. Superintendent Gall, I will hand it over to you for first your presentation and your team's presentation.
Great. Thank you, President Malpacum, and to the board. We are excited this evening to be able to present to you the Unit District Improvement Plan as I bring both Chief Academic Officer Tamara Acevedo and our Director of Strategy and Data Acquisition, Dr. David Colicky, forward. I want to frame for you all that the work we tried to do on the UDIP was to build action behind the words. This is the 4th district where I've held a senior leadership position, and I can tell you it's word scramble. Everybody takes the same words, scrambles them around, puts them on a piece of paper, stamps it, and off we go. And so what we're trying to do this year is operationalize that work. And so we pulled the UDIP back from its first presentation to you all about 3 weeks ago and realized that it wasn't reflective of the strategies that we were implementing as a team in leaning in and moving an area superintendent and network structure in and around our schools in our one plan. And so what you'll see here is an iteration of our first of our strong work to be able to communicate that not just to the board but to the community. So go ahead, Tamara and David, please.
First, I want to thank you for your time in reviewing this document. I know it's a large document and can be kind of hard to read in its current format. So the goal tonight is to just really take an overview of what is in the document. So the slides that you have in front of you are not new information, but they are reflective, almost verbatim, from the document itself, just to make the conversation and questions more efficient. So the agenda for tonight's discussion is the overall vision and foundation. How is it tied to the board priorities, and how does that translate into action, as Superintendent Gall just mentioned? The major improvement strategies themselves specifically, really honing in on best first instruction. So major improvement strategy number 1, and what does that mean? What does that look like? And what does that feel like in every building across the district? Detailing each one of those and the focus for the year, and then spending the majority of time on questions and taking feedback, and we will incorporate that feedback as well. So the overall vision, again, our North Star of this is your board priorities that you've identified. And so it is tied specifically to each one of those. Ultimately producing student success is the ultimate goal for what we are charged to do as a district. But each piece of this document is aligned with those priorities that you set. So when you look at, as those priorities create our foundation, and it gets operationalized into the district, we know, and we've said over and over and over, that climate and culture in each room of our district is the foundational piece. So the 5 essentials comes in at the district level as the strategic driver of what we're doing within the district and how it's informing both our plan and the academic master plan, going into and then being used in a productive manner into the one plan. So I just want to make sure we're clear that the district unified improvement plan is what we hand to CDE, the living document that we use for continuous improvement planning and changing and adapting is the one plan. They are tied together, but they have slightly different purposes. This is, we submit and we use it, but the one plan is the living document. And then that ultimately goes to actions. So best first instruction is going to be the core of our conversation tonight, and I'll hand it over to Tamara for that. So our theory of action is that if we provide every school with focused, transformative support, meaningful accountability, and for each and every learner, then they will have partners in the building, building a coherent model and teaching and delivering on that school's unique strengths. That's the power of the one plan, operationalizing it within that plan, because as you saw in the summer symposium, that's the driving force. The voice of the instructional staff in that building, building their continuous improvement process, so that every student experiences rigorous, ambitious learning opportunities that lead to success. That's where we are going with this entire thing. So it is all rotating around that one team and that one plan. So I will speak quickly to some of the major improvement strategies so that Tamara can speak to the best first instruction. All right? Great. So best first instruction I'll leave off a little bit because we'll come back and talk about it. The communication strategies, you'll see that is carrying over from last year. We made some inroads into that in engaging community, but we need to continue to do that by implementing these strategies and applying resources to really engage families. And then observation, coaching, and feedback. Really operationalizing what the best first instruction means within a classroom. And what we saw with some of our data at Ed Insights is that we have room to grow there, that we have it's a scattering of the ability of principals to really observe for the same types of outcomes. And so what we want to really do is operationalize that and support and learn from each other through that process. So the community partnerships, the action steps there are just really engaging in dynamic family and school community partnerships, especially with our families, non-English speaking families, continuing to grow into that area. Looking at how families are experiencing the district through our 5 Essentials Family Survey. We're actually moving that up at the request of our DAC. We're going to be doing that earlier in the year so that we can get that going in the first round of student conferences, parent conferences, so that we get a higher return rate for that. And then just continuing to grow and deepen those accountability structures that we have with our DACs, and really empowering and growing the school accountability committees, so that they are the work on the ground, the community partnerships that we have with those individuals as SACs in the building, to continue to grow and to empower them with the ability to engage with that. And then really continuing with Power School implementation and how are families engaging with that and feeling about that. The action steps for observation and coaching, so resources, continuous feedback, and collaboration are the three that really take the takeaways there. And then with the data analysis, just making sure that we have what's known as inter-rater reliability, so that we know that a principal is equipped, assistant principal it might be, is equipped with the tools they need to be able to observe and give feedback to their staffs in a consistent manner across all our schools. So I will hand it over to Tamara to talk in detail about the best first instruction, which is our major improvement strategy number 1.
Great, and I'm going to go back just for a minute because I think this is really important, connected to what our superintendent was saying. In order for us to behave differently, in order for us to be able to really have a strategic plan, a unified district improvement plan that is a living document, it has to be coherent and alignment to our overall district work. And so that North Star that David talked about in terms of our Board of Education priorities and really honing in on our mission to empower the whole student to profoundly impact the world. And for this year specifically, in 22-23, to focus in on student success. The only way we can do that is if it's very clear what the foundation is with our board priorities, connected to our district unified improvement plan, the school strategic plan and one plan, and the actions that we all hold tight to as a district. So I just want to underscore that. That is very intentional and what we've been doing since day one from moving at the beginning of the school year since Superintendent Gall came on board, and myself as well. Yes. Sure.
What is the BFI?
That is our major improvement strategy that I'm now going to go into, best first instruction. Yep, good question. All right, and this again was how we're going to organize differently to get there, which we've already started as well. So I will go through and back there to our overall focus strategy to really hit the priority of student success. For best first instruction, for that major improvement strategy, and for to really deliver on that in 22-23, we have two main focus areas. You see them here bolded. Coherence in our Tier 1, our core instructional systems, and then coherent focus on content-specific professional learning in both K-12 mathematics and early literacy. It's what we're holding tight to as an overall district and system. And then if you look at this diagram, it shows you that we go deeper into each of those areas. For our systems focus, that means what we're doing with cascading professional learning, with one plan, continuous improvement cycles, and our systems of both support and accountability. For our content-specific professional learning, that means where we're headed and going deeper in K-12 mathematics. You know that we recently rolled out Eureka Squared in kindergarten through 8th grade. And then also we've got a lot of work to continue to do in our high schools with mathematics. And then early literacy, we've had all of our teachers go through professional learning in the science of reading from the previous year. And then also a focus specifically on high school competencies. We're going to be in our second year with our graduation requirements connected to what the state has asked all districts to do in the state of Colorado, which is to align to competencies. And so we need to make sure that we're crystal clear on that and we're providing those opportunities to get the best we can out of that. All right. So within that, our action steps align to those areas. So for systems, starting first with cascading professional learning, We've identified and structured our action steps in a way so that we're saying very clearly what we're doing as a central team, and then what that means for what schools are able to do connected to that, so their actions. So as a central team in Cascading Professional Learning, we are planning and delivering professional learning in that K-12 mathematics and early literacy across the system. And we're including and ensuring that that we're having both district and school professional learning communities established. That is so schools are able to really participate in that professional learning, then take it back to their sites, their specific school sites, implement the learning, and then meet specific needs within their schools. It also allows schools to make sure that they're embedding time for collaborative planning and coaching cycles to implement professional learning. And so you can see here, this is a nice visual for that cascading professional learning. In fact, these visuals that you'll see in this section are not new. They were shared with our principals at our first K-12 meeting that actually Vice President Jorgensen was able to attend recently. And so you can see here it shows the cascading professional learning, monthly learning for principals at our K-12 meetings, for our, at the elementary school level for our teacher leaders, and then at the high school level for our department chairs. Again, that's monthly. That's all funneling down into the professional learning that will be provided at schools to our teachers. Also, as Superintendent Gall explained, the way in which we've organized supports this. And so with professional learning, we've organized into networks for school improvement. And I want to call your attention to the middle and the last picture there with area networks and our district collaborative. This monthly professional cascading learning, we're organizing in area networks so that we can come together either in the full K-12 network or connected to our grade level bands, priority schools, to get the maximum amount of learning that we can connected to our focus areas. We're also coming together during that time quarterly in what we're calling district collaboratives. That's very specific time for us to be able to, one, progress monitor connected to our data. So quarterly, how are we doing on our data? What's the impact our learning is having? And then also a time for our school leaders to share best practices of what's working and really affecting student outcomes. All right, so our action steps connected to systems, again, with one plan, our focus on one plan, continuous improvement cycles. Centrally, we're implementing a very predictable responsive cycle at what we're calling one plan check-ins. So we've started that. I actually had the opportunity to go and observe that. Thank you to Brian, one of our area superintendents, that allowed me to go to the Edison one plan check-in. And we actually are planning to all be able to attend those. But those responsive cycles to learn about what's happening with the one plan, make sure that we're implementing it, and having supportive teams around to provide help with action steps. The planning and facilitating of a one plan symposium. So we know that we did that this past spring where schools created their strategic plans. And then lastly, ensuring that everybody every school is developing major improvement strategies related to best first instruction. You can see the school action steps connected to that are that we're monitoring and tracking student outcomes. That's connected to what's happening at our one plan check-ins, and that we're also having follow-up action steps when we see misalignment with what we're seeing with student outcomes, and we're on track to hit our goals. All right. In terms of the last piece for our systems, we're focusing in on that system of support and accountability. That means with our professional learning and with our scope and sequence of learning for what we want and we expect our children to experience by grade level, that we're providing very clear expectations for outcomes and for what students are learning. That we're also providing clear expectations for the use of common formative assessments. Most recently at the K-12 meeting, we also had the ask of implementing with our new mathematics curriculum the common formative assessments that are within there. So pre and post assessments, and then also exit tickets established there. And then as you all know, we have a new benchmark assessment, our district benchmark assessment, and the support of implementation of that assessment. School actions, you can see that they're directly aligned to that as well, right here, and aligned with supporting that. And again, with the new way that we're organizing in area network teams, it's really with the schools at the center, with our leaders and our teachers in support of that. So you can see area superintendents here, special populations, curriculum instruction, ed insights, student success and wellness, our area instructional coaches, all surrounding support there with our area superintendents leading the charge for how we pull together and deploy our resources. I also would say with this piece right here, back with those networks for school improvement, that first part where it says individual, our individual school principals that our area superintendents with their teams and our content teams are providing bi-weekly and weekly coaching and support to make sure that we're able to fulfill on best first instruction. Okay. For that focus area 2 with content-specific professional learning in the area of mathematics and early literacy, we're focusing in on planning for learning. With that, providing very clear next steps and action steps after we've had that professional learning and focus, and also observable evidence that our leaders and our teacher leaders can look for with those content-specific strategies. And again, our area superintendents and content teams are there bi-weekly to go in, do observations, do walks, and support leaders in schools with that learning. You can see again the action steps that are directly aligned to what we're providing centrally at the school level. And then also, we have the same actions for our special populations, but we have departments, our gifted department, our special education department, our culturally and linguistically diverse education department. So to support our overall best first instruction strategy, those departments are working to meet the very specific individual needs of our special population groups. And build on the areas of strengths that we see, both academically and social emotionally. So you can see the tie and connection there as well. Again, in professional learning, we're honing in on a district in the strategy of planning for learning. Again, in our focus areas for mathematics and literacy and high school competencies. And you can see that listed here, key focus areas. Again, slides that we've gone over, visuals that we've already implemented with our school leaders and started that cascading professional learning across the system. With that, I think we would like to take a pause and open it up for any questions or maybe any connected comments from our superintendent.
Yeah, I just couldn't be prouder of the team. We missed a shout out earlier. Carol Gates on Tamara's team has been just, pay no attention to the woman behind the curtain. When I arrived in July, I saw that Carol had all this in her brain, and she was working so hard to try and translate it into my language, and I had surrounded myself with other folks that spoke a lot of my language, and so we weren't quite getting there. And so then bringing Tamara on board was really the missing link, which was just like boom. And so this has just exploded. And then in David's team and Ed Insights and understanding how it is that we communicate this and hold ourselves accountable for it, just has given us a really strong triangulation. And there's just really a lot of energy that not only are we excited about it as we should be for our strategy, we're feeling a lot of positive impact back at the school level. The principals and the APs and the TLCs who run our PLCs are super excited about the supports that they're getting and that the supports are well informed. So we are here for your questions.
Thank you. This is the opportunity for board to provide some feedback. This is one of the most important jobs for the board. Honestly, that's my feedback in it. This involves curriculum and instruction directly impacts our students, and I know board members year after year take this job providing feedback and recommendation and guidance as to where they would like to see the district go. With that, board questions and comments. Director Jurgensen.
So three questions here for you. So if you go to slide 10 of your 23 slides, on the continuous feedback, using coaching cycles to ensure educators receive continuous feedback, I know that your department is revamping that and making it much more, as it says here, continuous feedback. What is the comparison to prior practice as far as what teachers have received in the past as far as, formatives, informals, and summatives compared to what we're looking to do now and what we've kind of already piloted with Ms. Nash and Donnell at Mitchell, and then I'm assuming that's going to trickle into the rest of our buildings. So what's the comparison with prior practice, what we're looking to do here in providing our teachers that continuous feedback to give them what they need?
Is that the right slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Second bullet point.
Yeah, second one. Second bullet point.
Yes.
So for all good intentions, it was scattered. And that was reflected in the data that I quickly referred to. And so if you look at that scatter plot, it reflected the fact that we didn't have a coherent strategy, which resulted in a non-coherence of messaging. And so when we talk about inter-rater reliability, it's the confidence that we have that one person is observing a similar situation and rating it in the same way across all our buildings. And that has not been happening for various purposes. The work that Donnell and Tanya are leading is really, really powerful. And I want to really tie it to that best first instruction because we can talk about it.
I do too, which is why I'm asking the question, because I want to release Tanya and her team in all of our buildings, not just Mitchell.
Yes, exactly. And that's the goal.
They are in several of our other buildings too.
Right.
Tanya's in attendance. I'm going to ask her to come
Yeah.
forward, and she can opine as well.
Thank you. So the difference in practice, we started at the beginning. Oh, sorry, I'm not as tall as I thought I was. Okay. So the difference in practice is that we wanted to establish from the beginning of the year with our evaluators, so back in July and August,
Right.
a process that created a systematic expectation
Yes, ma'am.
for what it felt like for a teacher on the back end with the process.
Yep.
So we worked with a collaborative group beginning in the spring of last year to design a required system for all of our evaluation components around our observations.
Yeah.
So this year, for our formal observations to start with, because we need to start and get this going, is that we're going to expect that every formal observation has associated with it evidence that is presented to a teacher that is also within our system. And then with that, we designed, again, through the collaborative process, a coaching feedback form that would be standard use throughout the district. So in that standard coaching conference form, what it does is it takes the evidence, right? But the probably the most powerful piece, right, is it embeds into it a need to have reflective questioning as part of the process so that we cognitively have teachers thinking about what is the high-level rigor that they need to be going for or that they were designing for, and did they get there? But also, what is that cycle about coming in? What is your next step? What is your high-leverage moment so that you can practice it, model it,
Right.
and then go and do it?
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do is a significant shift in practice. And so we do have places that are doing well. And part of our process is also to review what our current practice looks like and the change that's happening with our area superintendents. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it sounds like the short answer is very scattered and inconsistent in the past, which I knew was a concern, and I brought up in the past before, to something much better, starting, how to eat an elephant one bite at a time, right? Starting with these formatives, getting those locked in, summatives, and then these coachable moments where we can come in to teachers and make it not a gotcha, right? Because that's never a good feeling as a teacher, but to say, hey, here's what I saw, here's what I maybe didn't see, can you fill me in? How can we support each other in helping your students? That's
And
long and short.
one of the things that we're really trying to focus on is that whatever we're providing to administrators, that it is not overriding what curriculum and instruction is doing. So the training in the last K-12 was, focusing on the 6 phases. And so we immediately got from Carol something to give to administrators to help them to begin to see what 6 phases looked like in their classrooms in alignment with where Carol wants that to be. So now the work to get the inter-rater agreement is to really, how do we support our principals so that across our system, not only are they able to identify things in the same way, but they're holding the same rigor of expectation in their classrooms.
I like it.
Great. Thank you, Tanya.
Cool.
You had
Okay.
a couple of more questions?
Yeah,
Go
two
ahead.
more. Let's see, on slide 21.
You're gonna do the title, just because we can't
Oh,
see
sorry,
numbers,
okay.
sorry.
Best first instruction strategies for instructional leaders.
Okay.
I think it's the table 3.
Keep going. One, two more. I think you're going right.
No, go further. I'll
Further
let you
down.
know which one.
Second to last,
Second to
almost. Keep going.
Yeah, keep going, keep going.
Right there.
That's the previous.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
yes.
so your green box there, building relationships and engagement. I mean, our teachers know relationships are number one thing we heard about in public comment tonight. Our students learning through engagement. And I've done classroom visits, school visits, and you can walk in a classroom and kids can look engaged. And they could be doing sometimes meaningless busy work. And so with this piece, I wanted to point this out as an area of concern for me as a former educator, other board members on the board with education experience. We can make our classes look engaged, but are we at the right level of rigor and complex tasks and good thinking, strategies, which I know Carol's team is bringing in, and helping our teachers who are weak or could go from good to great on that. But this piece here, I wanted to call attention to as a board member and saying this is very important, that our students are learning through engagement and not just busy work engagement of, hey, everybody's in their seats and they have a pencil in their hand, but are they working on an actual real task that's going to get them to the end goal of that unit, of that, what do I want my kids to walk out of my room with knowing this today? So this is a key, and I know you're working on the planning for learning, but that building relationships and engagement is a huge, vital piece of that, which and I'm so excited to see that on here, that this is an important piece. So I just wanted to bring that more of an attention.
Yeah, I'll just say to that's very, exactly what you just said is why we're intentionally focusing first here on planning for learning. Because the engagement we want to have on grade level and beyond tasks, right? In order to do that, we have to make sure that we're planning for that engagement at that level. And so I'll tell you, very specifically, as we're going into our next K-12 meeting next month, we're focusing in on planning for learning with, first, how you plan for a unit of study that hits exactly what you're just talking about. So that's connected to coming off of the standards professional learning that people just had. When we move into second semester, right, because every school in their one plan identified a major, one of these strategies to focus in on connected to best first instruction, right? And so we'll have opportunities to go deeper in the other two as well, and even planning for learning as well. But this is what we're going to ground and build our foundation on.
I love it. Yeah, great. Last question. This is a big lift, and we're tasking and asking for a lot from our building admin and from our teachers. Have we sought feedback, support, other things that can help with this mission through CASACE and CSEA on how they can support this goal and this mission of this UDIP?
I think collaboration, it's been key across the board, and certainly, obviously way before I got here and our superintendent got here. With our superintendents, shout out to our amazing leader of the curriculum instruction department. So those conversations are ongoing, and they're ongoing in terms of what do we need to do? I would say, our focus on board priority student success to build student achievement is also very much, we talked at the K-12 meeting, focused on future vision, right? And part of that future vision is we're operating right now in what we're currently, in our current environment for professional learning. And what we've put in place and the expectations that we have for leaders, we can absolutely fulfill on. But where do we want to head as a future, and what collaborations do we need to have?
Right.
We need to look at our district calendar differently. We need to have those direct connections and collaborations in order to get that done, right? That won't happen unless we're doing that.
Right.
So that is ongoing work.
And that just brought up one more point, and then I'll be done. With district calendar and looking at the lift that this is, no matter how we organize time, we need to be mindful of all the different trainings and ways to get our teachers and our principals ready. I would like us to look at the calendar when that time comes to figure out how to build in more staff days, PD days, once a month throughout the year, not just we're front-loading 3 or 4 days in the very beginning, but giving time for this collaboration to happen, this lift to happen. So you'll hear it from me first of probably many of just saying, hey, let's get some PD days set and teacher work days set for them to be able to handle this.
Yeah, agreed. And just a huge shout out, as we're celebrating our school leaders and our area and superintendents for the work they've done to establish and make sure that each school has a calendar to include professional learning communities, to include this time for professional learning, and their support of that, given our current context. And yes, that is needed.
Thank you.
So one of the things with that, you were talking about the calendar, the district calendar. The calendar committee meets, I think, around this time. Yeah, they started meeting, looking for the future year, and it comes in front of the board in December or January. So this is something that you got to proactively talk with the calendar committee as you plan for next year. And one of the suggestions that was brought in front of the DAC accreditation committee, I was listening to that conversation there, is that maybe the professional learning days for elementary schools and secondary schools should be on 2 different days, so Carol's team can be available for both of those. If all those, like for example, last Friday was a professional learning day and all schools were done, what the suggestion is maybe elementary schools can be off on Friday and secondary schools off on Monday, so Carol's team can
We'll find the way to support. We have to consider the needs of the community as well. It's very difficult for families of multiple kids to have Monday, Tuesday, and Friday off to support PD happening each quarter. So the scheduling committee will come forward. But I want to make sure, are we making a policy position that the board is asking the scheduling committee to consider more PD days? Because that it will impact collective bargaining and meet and confer. And so right now the scheduling committee is working under the constraints of existing relationships with employee representation.
Which came up even in the fund balance conversation that I think one of the suggestions that was brought up is add 3 more professional days in the beginning of the school year. And I think that's still under consideration from ESSER money, I think, if I remember right.
Come on up, Chief Bailey.
Yeah, and maybe that's a that would add 6 professional training days at the beginning of the school year for our teachers.
Well, those days would only affect your new teachers.
teachers.
Correct.
Yep.
So 3 additional days for your new teachers by volunteerism, and then roll into 3 days of new teacher orientation as required by the contract.
Okay, and the three that are already there, is that for new teachers too?
Yes,
Okay.
that's for new teachers because we want to start them off right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Good. So then the 6 professional days at the beginning of the year is only for new teachers?
That
what
is
you're saying.
correct.
And then what is it for teachers that are currently already in our schools? What are the,
Just-
do we have anything at the beginning of the year for them?
Yes, there are a couple of days. There's a district professional development days, some building days, half days for the elementary, alternating with teacher work days.
Okay. A suggestion would be also that you look at the current, how those days are structured. Is it possible to make it a little bit more efficient? So that some of these things that we are talking about, which are more critical, which is the best first instruction, can be accommodated for the existing teachers and the new teachers that are coming in the current professional development days. Just a recommendation as you go and look at the way the schedule is for teacher orientation now.
Okay.
Director Bankus.
Yes, Ms. Acevedo. So I wanted to comment on action steps after training and observable evidence after that. I think that's the most powerful thing out of this whole presentation. I think that when you give teachers the opportunity to hear it, write their lesson plan, and go back to their classroom to do it, I think you'll move us really far ahead. So thank you for putting that into the plan. I think it's the most effective thing I've heard. I also want a definition for cascading, cascading professional learning model. Is that like Fidelity that we used to talk about, or is this something different?
No, thank you for asking that. When we say cascading, truly cascading, trickling down, going down.
So starting at the
school leaders with the K-12 meetings. So all on the same theme, right? The same theme of instruction. And I think like when we look back at the slide, the cascading slide, let's see if I can get to that quickly. Oh, there we go. Starting with the K-12 meeting with what we're providing for leaders. And then TLC, our teacher leaders at the elementary school, and our department chairs. So first it starts within the month with our school leaders. Then it goes with our teacher leaders in elementary, and then our department chairs at the high school level. And then they take that back to their staff. It allows them the opportunity to make adjustments for their unique school needs, and then also participate in the overall modules that we have throughout the system. You can see at the bottom there, it'll tell you semester 1 includes standards literacy, assessment literacy, and 6 phases. So we just got done this past month in standards literacy. So the foundational piece, we were connecting it to what are our new resources in mathematics. So to get at what you're saying, like what you were pointing out in that action step on what are the next steps and what are we going to observe, and then how are our area superintendents, our content teams going to help support that.
Yeah, I think the important piece to highlight here, on top of what Tamara and the others have spoken to, is that it's multidimensional and multi-layered, and there are multiple touch points for what has been traditional principal management to engage. And so activating the network structure means that we don't just have area superintendents tell principals who then just go back and tell their teacher leaders who then go back and tell their teachers. That's the slumber party game, right? And so by the time you get to the end of the line, it's different. We're doing this in multiple ways. Can you go to the other org chart that showed the content, an earlier one? It looked like an org chart. You had there you go, right there. And so again, we're with great intentionality, we're double wrapping every strategy that we do. instead of just saying it and then saying, well, it didn't happen, we have here both a system solution and a content-specific solution. And so we're trying to attack things from multiple angles and multiple layers, because it's been proven through any organizational structural review that the idea of I just tell Dr. Mel Packham and he tells it to you and we get down to Julie at the end means we lose the message by the time we get to the end. So really the activation here is the area superintendents and them being in schools with their area instructional coach to be able to help influence this and support it, and not just follow it up with educator effectiveness. Nothing against the work of educator effectiveness, but we're seeking to over-support the system before we evaluate the system. If you want to change people's behavior, you have to give them the tools and the resources to change before you tell them that they didn't meet an expectation.
Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Director Rod.
Thank you. Softball question first. You mentioned that the 5E survey of parents will be done in October. And similarly, there was a reference to it being developed in Spanish. Will the Spanish version be available in time for parent-teacher conferences?
I will need to get back to you on that. Yeah, I will,
Okay.
I'll round that. I believe it will be, but I will, I'll close that loop with you.
Okay. And in the past, all of 1 year, last year I thought we had the one plan available for the district. There is a one plan for the district?
Yes.
And I thought it was made available to the board, and we didn't have that this time. So I wondered if we could have a look at that too.
Certainly.
Okay. And finally, as I look through this, it references the significant gaps between our minority students and our free and reduced lunch students with non-minority and those who don't need those free and reduced lunch services. I don't see us addressing that in this document. My takeaway was that we're going to engage families, but yet, you're making a step. We're going to have a survey in Spanish. But I think about how many other languages are spoken in here, in District 11. And so we're going to close the gap by increasing rigor, was my other takeaway. And it just feels like we have so many students with so many needs, but really we need to support more than just the GT, the special needs students, and I forget the other group you called out. But
ELL.
Yes, ELL, thank you. Because not all of our minority students are English language learners. So what specifically is being done to address those students and their needs to bring them up, to close the gap?
Yeah, very important. And connected to the strategies that we have outlined, and in working with Ed Insights and our assessment team, with our new assessment resources, we're working to ensure that when we have one plan check-ins, where we're working on action steps, connected to what we're expecting to see with professional learning, that we have that assessment data subdivided out into our subpopulations, which includes our minority populations and our students of color, so that we can hone in on, at a school level, where are we seeing progress being made and where are we not seeing it being made. That is connected to the professional learning and the strategies that we're doing. That is also connected to the great content experts, the special population experts that we have on the team. The one plan is just like the Unified Improvement Plan, our District 1 plan, is just like the school's one plan. It's a living document. It needs to be adjusted. We haven't put, and we can't put everything in there, but we should be able to adjust as we're going and things aren't working and we're not seeing growth in populations. So that's definitely a focus area for us.
Okay, it does not come across in this document,
Yeah.
and I hope it comes across more in the one plan. Okay. And I am reminded of a phrase, nothing for us without us.
Yeah.
And so that speaks to, we're going to do this to you. Not, what do you need to succeed, and how, that comes to that family engagement part
Yeah.
as well. So that's certainly something to strengthen and be in the communities. And, to our speaker's points earlier, it's not just the Hispanic community, it's many others. And so I hope that is something we can take away in the future from the One Plan and the UDIP. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that in the fund balance conversation, we did bring forward some new community engagement strategies and how it is that we can be both mining for and then searching for the actual voice of communities that have not found their way to 1115 North El Paso every other Wednesday. And so I believe those combined with the existing school level engagements will help enhance what you're asking for, Director Ott, because right now we don't have that. We don't have that voice. If you can't find your way here or make an email to a board member, then your voice isn't heard. And so our ability to map and understand from a heat map by assigned school or neighborhood of residents, you will see some very consistent trends that will be very alarming for you when you think about the changing demographic of our student population and the community that we serve. And so we seek to solve that. I don't necessarily believe that it was appropriate to put that in to the UDP at this point, but we're more than happy to adjust it and add it to be more reflective of your desire.
So, Superintendent Gall, one of the things that you had mentioned, I think, if I recollect correctly, the lack of translators in District 11, and some money is set aside in the current ESSER, I think, for translators, but we are not able to find appropriate qualified people. Is that the reason we haven't hired translators?
Yeah. Chief Bella, do you have the number? I think we have 5 open positions for translators.
That is correct.
And none of them has been filled, or we can find anybody?
Do you want mine?
Scott Mendelsberg provided a list of students from adult and family education that are interested in those positions. So we just need to explore that further and ensure that their work does not interfere with the work that they are trying to accomplish through their current program.
Mm-hmm.
So we are working on that.
Okay. But
by traditional hiring means they are still vacant.
Still vacant. Okay.
Advertised and vacant.
So this is a call out to the community to let them know that we do need some translators, Spanish translators. So if you are looking for a job and qualified, please contact Human Resources. We are looking for those translators. And that's a good partnership to have to what you're talking about in adult and family education. Director Nelson.
I've got a list of questions, but I'll just tag on to what Director Ott was sharing. I did notice that we were calling out, I'm looking at not the slides, I'm looking at the 49-page document. Yeah. There often was called out, for example, with lack of targeted, meaningful communication with families. This is especially, I'm just jumping straight into the middle of the paragraph. This is especially pronounced among our community. It's page 3 of.
It might be root causes.
What?
It might be the root cause area.
Yeah, well, it says this is especially pronounced among our communities of color, which are quickly becoming the majority of families in the district. So this section is talking about lack of targeted, meaningful communication. I was just curious how we're identifying that we're pinpointing communities of color where we see that FRL, I mean, if it's based on outcomes, we see that FRL is very comparable in numbers and males, I mean, depending on which chart you're looking at. So I just would ask, and I think this was brought up in the accreditation meeting also, that we include those also, that kind of what Ms. Director Ott was saying, that there are gaps in a variety of groups, and if we're going to address one, we should address all of them. And but I was curious if there was a specific reason why it was focused on just one, or if it was just an oversight.
It's an oversight, yeah. So that, we took that feedback from DAC accreditation and as well from this group, and we'll be changing that. So we'll be adding in those alternative, I think that was Lyman's feedback primarily. So yeah, that was an oversight on our part. I heard another question in there, in how are we looking at engaging with those communities? It is very challenging. We've utilized, again, the same service that we used for centralized enrollment as an engagement, David Quintanar as an engagement. He understands that culture and Hispanic culture at a deeper level, and so we're just trying to do it in a very organic fashion. So,
Great.
but yeah, we'll incorporate those changes to reflect all of those subgroups being
Great.
equally important.
Great.
I would just remind us too, just when we're talking about what's identified for culturally and linguistically diverse, that it does include more than language. It does include culture, and it does include and we don't always look at it that way. We hone in on language because there's great needs there. But
yeah, definitely.
Right.
Speaking to the language, though, I was curious in the data that is presented, where it's the charts that show the numbers, like where minority, ELL, FRL, non-FRL, GT, all those are, when we're looking at minority, are English language learners also in that category? Does that make sense?
Are they counted twice?
Yeah, are they kind of counted twice? So ELL is, I should just find it. Yeah, English language learners are a subgroup that there's a big gap. I was just checking. They might be like the furthest. So are their numbers also then pulled into minority?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know, is that something that we should look at, like?
Disaggregate them?
Yeah, just to know.
We can do that, and I think it's a valid point. That's a good call out. It's generally a really small number, so I
Okay.
don't anticipate that it would make a huge difference, but I
Okay.
think it's a valid point to look at.
And then on page 10, I know I have a different thing I'm looking off of. That's what I studied. That was on board docs originally. Was it talks about the district exceeded its goal of reducing the number of students withdrawing from the district with a drop of 495 students. Withdrawing from 20 to 21 to 21 to 22, representing a negative 8.5% change. Is that compared to 1920? I'm not really understanding that change, what its comparison is.
That would be comparing to 2021.
Okay, so.
And sometimes what you're asking are specific questions, and maybe Dr. K can get back to you
Yeah.
on those answers. But
Yeah.
could you refer back? Maybe somebody is taking notes on this, what Director Nelson is suggesting or what she's referencing out there. And since you don't have that document in front of you, just verify that number.
Yeah.
And when you send that answer back to her, copy the whole
Copy the
on
group.
it. Is that okay, Director
Yeah,
Nelson?
that's fine.
Go ahead.
And maybe I just need to sit and digest that a little more.
And
maybe.
that's true for any questions that you might have.
Um,
And edits as well.
Yeah.
We're incorporating edits as we speak, so.
I would say my biggest ask is that when it comes to family engagement, I don't see action. I love that what you said, we're going to put action to words. I love that. But when I'm reading through the plans, and I'll just give an example. Let me find the page, and I can read it. Can't, I'm sorry, my computer
We'll
is
take it for
messing.
action
So-
review and put the same rigor
Okay.
on the engagement side.
Okay,
And so the
great.
primary focus over the last 3 weeks was building out how we were going to operationalize the best first instruction major improvement strategy. And much of what you're seeing that exists on the family engagement is what we would have presented to you last year.
Okay.
Right, and so that, we'll take that back before it comes for action. We'll give a short summary of how that's changed. It'll incorporate the strategies that I brought forward to the fund balance as well, and we'll build that in, and you'll see that same deliverable that you saw on the best first instruction and major improvement strategy one.
That'd be great. And I'll just point whoever's taking notes to page 33 of 45. That last paragraph calls out how family involvement benefits children. And I get there are things out of our control and out of our hands, but is there something we can do as a district to encourage families to get involved with their kids' education, reading at home? You know, is it our billboards, you know, like read to your kid.
Big book club.
Yeah. Yes.
Big kids book club.
Exactly. That's great. So, let me just, clarity on, I saw language about strategic plans throughout the document. Is that a one plan? Or were there two different things, a strategic plan and a one plan in a school?
The one plan would be the strategic
Okay.
plan, the operationalized version.
Okay. Are learning walks new? Because the date that is listed says it started like last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a typo.
Oh, okay.
Because learning walks have been happening.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought.
Yeah,
Just
we'll take a look
didn't know
at
if
that.
it was maybe not across the district happening. Okay, I'll stop for now, and if I have more, I'll come back. Oh, one
Please.
thing I noticed is the PowerPoint slides that are on board docs is missing a slide that you guys presented tonight. So if we could just get
Okay.
the most up-to-date version loaded to board docs, that'd be great. Thanks.
Looks like a modification was made to the PowerPoint that was sent to me.
We did. You did notice that. We
Yep.
made a modification for clarity there. So, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Director Bankus.
I have just a couple of questions. So in the same paragraph on the very beginning, success will be measured using the 5E survey essential, involved families, and the 5E parent survey. Are those two different things? Or are they the same thing? Success will be measured using the 5E survey essential, involved families, and the 5E parent survey. Are
Those are
they the
two-
same?
Those are two different things.
How are they
So
different?
the involved families is a section of the 5 essential survey that's primarily answered from the teacher perspective.
Oh,
And the parent survey is an entire survey answers from the parent
Okay.
perspective.
and then my second question is, didn't I read somewhere that federal dollars are coming our way for parent engagement? Because at the federal level, they recognize how important it is to have families involved in their students' education. And so somewhere in the near future, we're supposed to get federal dollars. Have you seen that come across your feed?
I'm not familiar with that.
Have you?
I've not been made aware of that yet either, but I'll check with our finance team. Laura's shaking her head at me, and Chris has stepped out for a minute, so.
When I find it again, I'll just forward it.
Please, that would
Yep.
be great.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Director Daniels.
Thank you. I'm not really sure if I can convey this in words, but when it wasn't until Superintendent Gall said Dr. Gates had this in the back of her head and she was working to communicate it, but it wasn't until Ms. Tamara came in and something connected, right? I would like that to pop off the page. Is that making sense? Because for me, that's where all of the words is really getting jumbled between whether the person, the two people, are getting the understanding together. So I realize we're trying to get everybody's interpretation to synchronize with this, while everyone still has their own thoughts going on, but we still need to convey everybody to come together in that thinking for us to head in the path. So I don't know how we're gonna get a Tamra for every single time that needs to, that synapses to fire off, because for me, that's the disconnect. And we don't have a lot of Tamras, but Dr. Gates is there and you're there, and somehow they're supposed to connect at a certain time in the timeline. But I know we have to get this happening with all of these human beings, to get these letters and words and something to spark in us for the students, right? Because ultimately, it's because you got 20 people in a room and you got 20 different interpretations, and they scatter and nothing gets done with 20 different interpretations. Then you add suspicion, accusation, upset, anger, all of those things, and we're right back where we started. Not to mention the families that we're having now. Did those families ever get understood? Ever? We're literally in new territory because now it's totally undeniable they're here. You can't turn them away. You can't talk them out of your imagination. You can't continue to abuse them and act as if they're going to just suck it up and do whatever. So you got a brand new conversation that's trying to be formalized in language on a piece of paper, but then there is somehow that language has never been developed to understand. And we have all of this. And I appreciate the heavy lift, don't get me wrong. Somebody's got to do it because the can has been kicked down the road for years. But ultimately, that's what I'm looking to have happen. I want that connection somewhere that's in the back of that mind that's finally going to connect and activate. And I know that no matter what I read, I still have the experience. Our experiences are different. The language is going to be different. And if you've never taken time to understand, you're never going to know. Never. I don't care how many documents you write, 50 pages, 100 pages, or whatever. If you spent your entire life never wanting to know anything about me, how to speak to me, understand where I'm coming from, I don't care what you write. It's never going to be living. So I can read, I have read, I'm reading, but I'm still looking for living experience.
Still looking for what?
Living experience.
Okay.
And liberation, by the way.
Well, it is our
Put that in
intent to be able to deliver that experience. We are certainly in an exercise right now of having to provide a unit district improvement plan. Between you, me, and the fence posts, I'd much rather be walking a school right now and getting feedback from teachers and principals on how to get that work done and to refine and move forward instead of constantly reiterating what's wrong on one page or another. So, yeah, we are certainly accountable to the paperwork, but the work here is not about the paperwork.
That's exactly what I wanted to acknowledge when you said that's what happened. And Tamara stepped in, something ignited, and I just would like to see that happen more than anything. All this talk.
Yeah, well, we are at, on another 4-hour board meeting, and so we can start moving these to schools and do them as learning walks, and that would be a great way for us to have a board meeting.
Yes, and I just want you to understand, it's not necessarily just this, as much as it is, this is across the board. Just so happens that this industry is the one that's got to capture it, but this is across the board. You don't know them. You don't know what they, and you finally got to figure it out. Something is causing you to have to, I'm just saying, can we finally figure it out? And it's not a mystery. It's just no one had to do it. Mm-hmm. They never were forced to do it, never. You could talk all day. We do not discriminate against race, gender, blah, 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 but it's still happening. How do you get that to stop? That's all I'm asking. How does that stop? So we can finally see the results. It's not hard. Maybe it's the hard head or a hardened heart, but it's not hard to do. But thank you for the work. By the way, all of that, I'm absolutely loving it. I am. Don't get me wrong. You know
Thank you,
I'm loving it.
Director Daniels. Director Nelson.
Okay, a couple more things. On page 30 of 49, it talks about creating opportunities to share and implement innovations were highly correlated to improve leader trust. Love that. How do we let our teachers, our staff members help us get better? And so just, I didn't see like a specific action item to enable that to happen. It's a great idea, let's do it, but how are we going to do it? How are we going to let our staff give us ideas on how to innovate and get better?
Yeah, that's a good point.
If you could add in an action
We'd
item.
like to bring in a design thinking lab.
That is the biggest
Put it in the plan.
goal of the One Plan Symposium this year, is to build in, now that we're familiar with the process to a large degree, to be able to build in that voice, that full circle 360 voice, right? Where what is working and strategies that are really creating profound impact are being shared back out at the symposium.
The symposium doesn't include, it only includes just a handful of staff members from a school, right?
Last year did. We're looking to expand that.
Okay.
But
So-
again, it's a limited, yeah.
Okay.
It's a limited.
So yeah, if that sounds great, is there another way that staff members who can't participate in that can
Absolutely.
help come up with ideas for us to improve? And then circling back to staff members giving feedback, the centralized enrollment, it was mentioned that we're going to get feedback from families on how that went, but I would also ask that our schools would be able to provide, because I've heard stories where somebody was enrolled at central admin, but then at the school level, some of the information was wrong. And so if there is a feedback loop, that could happen that way too.
Yeah, we're certainly
that's
working
in
through
plan.
central enrollment, but it is a much improved and tighter number between back-to-school count and system counts this year than we've had in the past. We reviewed that together as an executive cabinet team. So yes, there are lessons to learn, and we are taking feedback from schools specifically, because we don't want to lose the connectivity that the school has with its community. But when we are drawing so many of our families not from the neighborhood of the boundary of which they serve, centralized enrollment has to be central to one of our themes going forward, because otherwise we're asking families to drive all over town, and we're asking schools to be partners with communities that they don't even know have interest in their school. And so, we're this far away from, 100% lottery, because we have so many families that are choosing to go to schools that are not in their physical boundary. We have schools that, by definition, even if they capture 100% of the kids in their boundary, will not be 100% full.
Right.
So, centralized enrollment is going to give us the data that'll allow us to make very hard decisions in the next couple of years about boundaries and whether they matter and they don't, and if there's priority given to those boundaries.
So I have been trying to discern what is new and different versus previous years. And for example, one plan check-ins, were we not doing that before?
We started them last year in kind of a phase one approach. We revised that, really under the leadership of Brian Relic. He brought kind of this new model midstream to do kind of a, we kind of first kind of made the analogy of a healthcare check, the way healthcare does their care plan check-ins, and so that's where this idea germinated from and has been expanded on. So the language was there, but it certainly wasn't operationalized the way it is now.
Okay, well, I'm excited. I mean, I see so much good stuff in here, and I mean, this is the opportunity for us to give you all feedback. So yeah, we've been here forever already, but this is the venue that we do it in, and we want to help our district improve. And so please just know that all the feedback that we're giving is constructive. And listening to the accreditation meeting, one of the principals was sharing kind of her experiences and what she's already seeing happen. And I mean, I just got to tell you, I felt so much hope, and it was just so encouraging. And so thank you to everybody who is just stepping up, and I'm excited. So thank you, everybody.
Great, thank you. Thanks for that feedback.
Director Bankers.
I know you're getting tired standing up there. However,
I'm just trying to determine who's the question going to be from.
I have no idea. So I'm also looking at the document, and on page 28 of 45, it says area superintendents with the support of the Office of System Improvement. And I don't know of the Office of System Improvement, and there's no name attached to it.
think it's Natasha Kraus.
Natasha Kraus, and that's the one plan summer symposium.
Oh,
That
that's the
all of that
summer.
works comes out of system improvement.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Great.
Okay, so I do have a few questions, and I'm sorry to keep you guys standing there between you and this, but this is my opportunity to provide feedback, and I have some questions and feedback and comments, and I'll circle this back first. I talked to you about the district performance framework that we get from CDE, and usually the UDIP is to close what we observed in that district performance framework. So for this past year, you did say that we received a district performance framework.
Correct.
The link that you sent me, I don't have access to it.
Okay.
So maybe you can send that whole, that's an ask, so you are aware. I'm making
I'll
an
do
ask that the district performance framework for this past year, which it's a preliminary report, I think we can contest it, but if you can provide the scores and how it looked like the various subcategories.
I'll do that.
And the second thing is each school gets a school performance framework. I don't need every school performance framework for every school, but at least what did that school rating was, where did they rate, and maybe a table like where did that school stand pre-COVID, and where do they stand now after 2 years? How did they come out through COVID? Have they been a strong performance school and now they are suddenly in priority improvement? Okay. Or either way, maybe they've gone the opposite direction through COVID and come through. So just a comparison what their current rating is, what their rating was previous.
Yep,
okay.
we have that.
Okay, thank you. In the district performance framework, the district is rated with low participation. Okay. Do you know what our participation was in state testing last year?
Off the top of my head, I don't want to say. Yeah.
Again, we can get back to this. And the reason that I'm circling back is if my understanding is correct, the state requires a 95% participation rate. And I know that there are strong opinions in our community on the value of state testing, whether they are required or not, and I'm not here to debate that. State testing is not something we control here as a local level. It's currently required. It's how schools and districts are evaluated to determine if we are providing a high quality education and instruction in our classrooms. So we got to get back that message to the parent community that if the child does not participate in state testing at the end of the year and the child is not excused by the parent, that has a harmful effect on the district, and we potentially could be drop a level in our accreditation. That didn't happen this year because the state held us harmless. Mm-hmm. But going forth, that could happen. So we need to get back to communicating to our parents that this is a measure that can, and even if we don't, even if the parents excuse it, we can still get a low participation rating, right, except it doesn't affect the accreditation rating. I just want to put that out there that at some point in time, we need to start delivering that message to all our communities through the DAC, SAC, parent engagement, all those things that state testing, we got to take that seriously. Mm-hmm. Okay. So with the BFI, that's kind of the main focus. We have two other major improvement strategies, but we are putting all our eggs in one basket, which is the best first instruction. That's where the focus is. It appears to me. Yeah, this. When I looked at it, it looked like there was a statement out there, the complete implementation is going to take till 2024-25. Is that what that is? Or are we going to be able to implement all of the best first instruction this year? If there is even a slide out there that seemed to, the very first slide seemed to say, and I'm talking about the page 8 on your thing, on your slide deck up there.
Page 8, I'm
not
sure.
You can go further up and I can show you which page to start.
Great.
Go further up.
Further up.
Yeah, right there, right there.
Oops. steps. Yes.
The first line, by school year 2024-2025.
Yes, that statement in connection to the description, because this is coming directly from the Unified Improvement Plan from the description, is part of how we talked about this being a 2-year document. We're in the second year of that document. We also, at the same meeting, at the K-12 meeting and in previous meetings before I got here, the team had shared the overall rollout of Best First Instruction over years. What I can tell you is the action steps that are listed both in this presentation today and in the document that you have that's posted on board docs are the actions that we are implementing and expecting for implementation this year. What that means, what I know that means is that we are expecting Best First Instruction to be implemented this year. When we move into 24-25, it means we're never done with Best First Instruction, although there are pieces to it, right? So there's pieces connected to high school competency. We're going to get better with that. But there's probably adjustments that need to be made as we dive deeper into mathematics and coursework and materials and that sort of thing. We put a big bet into and needed resources into mathematics in K through 8th grade, right? But there are also other continued resources that we're going to continue to secure. So yes, everything that's in there right now, we expect to be implemented this year. And we're going to move into 24-25 with our future state of what we need to continue to implement. From
Yeah,
there.
the direction I gave the team when I first arrived was this is the year that we over-resource for everyone to understand what Best First Instruction is and to be able to demonstrate that in a hold harmless way. And then 24-25 is the space where if you're not on board for Best First Instruction, this might not be the best place for you.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. 24-25, initially when I was reading it, that's 3 years from now. We got 23-24 in between, and then 24-25. So, well, I mean, we have communicated the urgency that the situation that we find ourselves in. After COVID now, we have 15 plus schools as priority improvement or turnaround. So we got to intervene and do something right now. So I'm glad that the action steps are referenced this year and getting it done. And thank you for the clarification to Superintendent Gall. There is a reference in the report to a C&I action plan, curriculum and instruction action plan, and this was brought up even in the DAC accreditation meeting for the next 3 years. Could the board have a copy of the curriculum and instruction action plan?
Yeah, we absolutely. What I would also say is, and what we didn't mention here in this presentation, is with the District Unified Improvement Plan, every department that we have, including C&I, will align their strategic plans to meet the goals within it. And so there's going to be some adjustments made to that action plan based on this to narrow the focus, to get at what you're saying. So it's so that we can actually deliver on what we said we've been delivering on. We have a narrowed focus that we're focusing in on. We're aligning towards the same outcomes. But long answer to a short question, yes, you can have a copy of that. It will be aligned to this document.
Okay, thank you. One comment on TLCs, the teacher learning coaches. I'm glad that we are using them as they were purposed initially. Okay, they are integral part of providing support to our teachers. Too often TLCs have become an administrative layer in our schools, which is taking away from their primary job, which should be providing coaching supports to our teachers in the classroom and delivery of instruction, improving delivery of instruction, okay? Going further, that's just a comment. I'm glad that we are using them properly, and I hope the principals get that message that they are not an administrative layer, that they are going to be used in PLCs and all the professional development that you're talking about. The one plan continuous improvement cycles, this was talked about, that one plan check-in that you talked about. So instead of me asking what that is or whatever it is, personally, I would like to visit a school when you are doing that one plan check-in. Superintendent Gall, would that be okay with you?
Yeah, that's great. We've actually added an extra one plan check-in for those 15 priority schools for this year, and we've obligated that myself and Tamara would attend at least one of those one plan check-ins for each one of those priority schools.
Sure.
So I'll invite you to join myself and or Tamara at your earliest convenience.
I don't need to attend all the schools. I just need maybe one elementary or one secondary, and it can also even be in the schools that I have been assigned to. The board got 7, 8 schools.
And to be clear, it's an excellent space for any of the directors to choose to want to visit a school. You just walk in a school and, you know, kissing babies and shaking hands isn't going to get to the place where you're comfortable, where the plans that we put forward can be approved or moved forward to consent without this level of drill and grill.
Yeah. So at some point in time when you're doing that one plan check-in, because I would like to visibly see what exactly, how that translates in our schools, what exactly are we checking in, how is that layer of accountability being held this year? Like going back to Director Nelson's question, one plan check-ins have been happening according to what we thought it happened last year, because we said over and over again that the one plan is a living, breathing document, and it's not like gathering dust in a shelf somewhere. So this year, I would like to see that in action, just from my side, and if other board members, are interested in it, you can also reach out to Superintendent Gall or Ms. Acevedo. System of supports and accountability. This is, it's great in paper, the plan that you guys put together, but it all comes to accountability out there, okay? I talked earlier in that resolution that we should compensate our principals appropriately, but if we can do that, we provide that compensation to our principal, it also comes with higher expectations, okay, and accountability, that they are being held to this one plan for their school, and that they are the instructional leaders with multiple classroom visits, not just the mandated one per semester or whatever it is. So we got to ensure that that relationship is there with continuous feedback from the area superintendents to the principals, that area of accountability. Okay.
Are you introducing the idea of changing executive pro pay for principals based upon performance? Is that what I heard?
That's not, that's a board discussion. I will defer to the board. If a principal I'll go on record and say if a principal like Queen Palmer is going over and above what is expected of a principal, then maybe we got to take care of that principal. Okay. You talked about the second part of it, which was content-specific professional learning in K-12, and that comes after the cascading professional learning model, right? So is that still the timeline for, are they all being done at the same time, or is it coming?
Yeah, the cascading professional learning is the mode by which we're delivering that professional learning. The content specific is the what of what we're delivering, right? Early literacy, mathematics, K-12, competency aligned to our resources. So it's happening simultaneously. What I can tell you is, we've had the modules built out, and the team's been working on that back since the summer and in the spring, I believe. What we'd had to focus on, and what I've seen as more of a greater need, is drilling down more deeply into the content. Our educators, as much as we've had great improvements in higher ed, we need even more work with really understanding what is mathematics development, K-12, right? So it's not just about the resources, it is connected to standards, but really what does mathematics development look like in a child over time? Yeah.
Okay.
So, been working on that.
Thank you. Moving on to the family community engagement piece. One of the things that, it talks about family community engagement, and it starts with the District Accountability Committee and the School Accountability Committee. One of the things that I would like feedback on, does every school have a working school accountability committee? Okay, that's something that area superintendents can check with their respective principals. The DAC, the principals know their respective schools much better than anybody on the DAC. So can the principals reach out into their school community and engage some of the parents and ask them if they can volunteer on the respective school accountability committee? So is that something that you can provide a feedback on maybe in the next month or so, if every school in the district, that makes a priority? That's the first piece of family community engagement, that every principal has that vision to go and put a working school accountability committee together. So we are getting feedback from that community parents, okay? So overall thoughts for me, there is like this has already been brought about, training is essential. We got to figure out a way to implement that training over the next year, whether that is going to be professional learning days or Schoology courses, and address it in the calendar to. And as far as the BFI, Ms. Acevedo, there are so many checks and balances out there, implementation benchmarks, and so are you going to be the primary person that's the buck stops at your table, so to speak, that you are going to be the person that is going to check and ensure that all these monthly meetings and bi-monthly meetings and all these things are taking place? Who is it that is going to check to ensure?
So I'm ultimately accountable for that, and that will be in partnership with the area superintendents and the chief academic office.
Okay. Okay. Whoever is it that's got eyes on it, okay, please do, because for me.
So the design of best first instruction exists within the chief academic office. The implementation of best first instruction exists within the school's office. And so that's that triangulation. And if you put it all just within the chief academic office, they're not staffed, they don't have the relationships at the school level to be able to ensure that implementation happens. Okay. That's why the beauty of Tamara joining the team is the marriage of what Carol was trying to lift on her own, but didn't have the connectivity to. And just to finish the vignette, in conversations early with Carol, after I had activated the area superintendent's team, Carol was still trying to chase things down at the school level because that was the muscle memory that she had. She's incapable of doing that as a one-arm wallpaper hanger. This is the activation of having a network support team at the area superintendent level to be able to deliver on. And they, as they all sit so quietly on the sides there, they're not even looking at me. I'm talking to you, you're my lever of change. I know everyone's tired. They are the first ones who said to me when I came here, double down on best first instruction. Raising the rigor, the planning, the engagement in the classroom will raise the bar and the outcomes for all our children. All our children.
Okay, thank you. So there are a lot of moving parts out here. There has got to be strong collaboration between various departments, something that we have struggled in the past. We worked in silos. I think Superintendent Gall, when he interviewed, he talked about he is able to find that or deliver on that cross-functional supports. So this is a heavy lift that we are asking, but we got to all collaboratively come together. The DAC accreditation provided some feedback, so hopefully you can look into that and see if that can be accommodated. The academic master plan, hopefully that's part of the conversation that will land on your table at some point in time. We identified some pathway schools, and they are supposed to become pathway schools next year. So is that the right direction to go? You need to look at that, because the end of the year will come soon, and those pathway schools have to be prepared. I'm just providing some feedback to you on that. The academic achievement goals that are there at the very end of that 45-page document, usually we come back at the end of every year and we say that the previous year's goals were not attained, which is kind of what is mentioned in this document too, that so hopefully the performance targets that are set out there are realistic and attainable, and we hold this time that those are the goals that we set. I don't know if they are too weak or too strong. Either way, we just, if you identified you are the professional out there, I will go with your recommendation and the area superintendents. We just need to, at the end of the year, make sure that that is accomplished.
There's a work session topic on revisiting these goals at the end of the year.
Great. That's awesome. So at the end of it, for me, this is a great document, but what is it from the board perspective we should monitor from this document, that at the end of the year, I can come back and ask Superintendent Gall, this is the document that you provided us, where are we with this at the end of the year? So is there any specific guidance that either of you, what is it that from the board's perspective we should monitor in this document for the rest of this academic year? That we can come back and provide, we can expect a report from you on.
I believe I'm hearing feedback that the board believes in best first instruction as a main lever of change. And I think the question on the table is, can we actually operationalize and implement that? And so I think we can develop a set of metrics that we can share with you quarterly on how we are on the number of meetings and the growth that we're seeing and who's adopted and early adopters and who's not.
Yeah.
But I want to be clear, because some of the questions today, I'm not sure everybody's bought in that best first instruction will get us there. And so if this isn't the strategy the board wants, we need to understand that as well. So, and I think that comes in a thumbs up here soon. And then, you know, what I would propose is we'll give you some how we're operating and delivering on this, and bring this to the board once a quarter in the same way that we're doing our quarterly one plan reviews.
Perfect. I don't know, I didn't hear that. I think the board is comfortable with the best first instruction strategy. And after all is said and done, you guys are the experts out there, and we are depending on you. If this is the strategy that you are coming and saying that's going to turn the district around and turn academic growth and academic achievement in our district around, I'm sold on it, okay? It's just that then what are the supports that the board can provide to make this happen, and what can the board do in the end to hold the superintendent and down the line accountable in monitoring these? That's where we come in. So to Superintendent Gall's request, are we comfortable giving a thumbs up on the best first instructor strategy? Yeah. Okay, you got unanimous support on that. So, and that's all I had. Director Bankers, you got more questions.
As this goes on, I do have more questions. I'm sorry. I'm looking at page 32 of 45, and I had a question about the CFA assessments. Is that the
common formative assessment?
Yes. And is that in addition to the district benchmark star?
Yeah.
Yes. So just before I answer that question, in the slide deck, they were referred to as common formatives. In other documents, you might see common interims, and I apologize for those are the same. Those are the same exact things.
Okay.
Those are things that are teacher generated, coming out of PLCs, very quick cycle, very strong, very powerful for making instructional decision making on a dime. It is different than the district benchmark. The district benchmark is given 3 times a year. We just finished our beginning of year literal benchmark. That is designed as a secondary check, so the real work of instruction and instructional decision making is happening with the CIAs. Then we have a second level of checking with that district benchmark that then leads us into a predictability. It serves two purposes. One, gives us a strong predictability on state assessment season, but it also gives us the ability to measure the effectiveness of interventions and treatments of different types.
And so those are given quarterly, you said? The STAR? No?
Roughly. We just finished beginning of year, middle of year will happen in December, and end of year will happen in late March.
Oh, okay, so
3 times a year.
Yeah. And then I had a question not for you.
All right.
Mr. McCarron, I'm looking on page 36 of 45. It's talking about the number of parents who will be on Power School, and I have to say I was surprised when it was set at 80%. For some reason, I was expecting it to be higher. So that means 20% of our parents are not going to have access. Is that due to non-availability of internet at their homes, or?
It's a variety of factors, much like parent engagement and communication with some families is more difficult than others. We do feel that the 80% number is achievable. Even with our Q student information system that we had for over 2 decades, we were in the mid-80s in terms of a percentage of parents.
Okay.
So it takes time to get people registered and get engaged with the system, so that's something that we'll continually work on.
Okay, thank you. And then I don't know whose question this is. Nicole Giardin?
Yeah, she's not here.
She's not here. Well, my question is about the English language learner community liaison. I'm familiar with a community liaison. I'm not familiar with a English language learner liaison. Is that 2 separate jobs? Is that 2 separate people? I don't know. Anybody know? You guys would know. Anybody know? No. All the principals are gone, so I can't answer that. I'll put it in an email. Oh, you would know.
So you are correct. It is a community liaison position, and it is a community liaison position who works with a very specific population within our community. Could be across schools, but with all families who are learning the English language.
So they're not school-specific?
No.
Oh, districts.
Correct.
So the community liaison that's attached to a school has a different job responsibility?
That is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm done.
Oh, thank you. Director Nelson.
I actually was going to ask about the Power School implementation, and I was going to say I'm surprised it's as high as 80%, so that's kind of comical. I want to shoot for the moon, but I'm just curious, where are we at right now as far as parents being enrolled?
I don't have that data right now.
That's fine.
Last I checked, I think we were in the mid 60% range. So that 80% range is our goal for this year, to kind of build that, the parent logins up to that level.
Okay. And that will be something that needs to be driven at the school level, right? Because, I mean, I'll admit that I'm not even sure if I'm on it. Like, I went to go sign up, and it says you have to have an access ID and password for each of my children. Contact my student school for their access IDs and passwords. And I just went, well, I'll deal with that later. So just being completely honest with my own personal experience as a parent in Power School.
You're right. It's absolutely a partnership between IT and the schools. We can sort of monitor the data. We'll work with the area superintendents to encourage schools that have lower adoption rates. So that's something that we're going to be continually working on. And it is a little clunky. You got to get those codes, and you got to connect your kids if you have multiple students. So it is a process, but once you're set up, the good news is it continues on throughout the years.
And I will take ownership. I'm not saying my school has done anything wrong. It could be I missed something, some emails or something. So the other piece I wanted to circle back, I don't know if we gave you an answer, Mr. Gall, on the professional learning and adding calendars and working with employee groups, all of that. I would just say that you guys come back to us with what you see as a need, and then we'll know whether we need to, during negotiations, pursue those extra days or whatever. But really, as Dr. Milpackham already said, let's look at what we have already got and making sure we're utilizing our time well. And I had one other thing. Thanks.
Okay. You can circle back. This is coming as an action item in couple of weeks. So the feedback to the team, Superintendent Gall too, this is a lot of time and effort has gone into it. It's a strong plan, okay? We wish you the very best, and I think one of the board directors talked about this, that what we are trying to ask the questions is to just gain understanding for ourselves. That's where we are coming from, not that we are questioning whether this plan is going to work or not. We just want a better understanding. So when we are visiting schools, we also see this plan implemented and in action. And so it's a constructive feedback that we are trying to do, and it's a learning process for us. So this best first instruction, that seems to be what we were doing a little bit back. Now we are putting all that into action. So keep us informed, and I'm sure that in a couple of weeks this comes back as an action item. You got some of the feedback. Hopefully you can capture some of that feedback in any revisions that you need to make to the document. And from my side, I requested the DPF, SPF for the schools, the C&I action plan, and making sure that every school in our district has a working SAC. Okay, thank you. Moving on. Resolution 2023-05. This is Defease of...
Can I just, for a point of clarity, I know we got the thumbs up on best first instruction, but are you ready to move this to action for October 12th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I don't think...
With
you don't have to. Okay. I would rather let it go to action. Okay, we may get some community feedback during this time too, so we are respectful of our community and listening to their voices as we go along. This is the first time we discussed it as a non-action items, so it doesn't look like we are rushing into putting it as a consent item. But there will be minimal discussion at that point in time. If you want to send any feedback to it between now and then, do it through email. Director Nelson, you had something to add?
The 45-page document is what goes off to CDE, correct?
Yes.
So the feedback that's been given from the DAC and from the board, could there be a redlined version attached to board docs for that next meeting? So it'll make it go faster, that we can see, like, here's what I asked to see changed and it's been changed type of thing, like we do with the policies. That'd be great. A clean version and a red line.
Thank you. So did you get the guidance, what you needed?
Plenty of guidance, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, Resolution 2023-05, Defease of 2013 bonds. And this is an item I'm personally excited to talk about, but I will turn it over to you, Mr. Call, for introducing this conversation.
Yeah, I'd like to bring Laura Hronik forward to discuss the paying off of the bond.
Levy override in 2017, one of the items that we had promised to voters in that election was that we would pay off existing debts sooner. When we started collecting revenues from that mill levy, we set aside a certain amount every year in accordance with the implementation plan, with the specific intent to pay off all outstanding general obligation bonds on December 1st of this year, which is the earliest date that we could call them. So we've been setting aside money for the past 5 years. We have that money available. We would like to pass this resolution so that we can call those bonds and pay off all existing general obligation debt on December 1st. Our bond counsel, Kim Crawford with Butler Snow, is also available on the WebEx if there are any technical questions.
So Marcella, you can pull off this document, and I don't know if we can have our bond counsel here too. So with that, board members, do you have any questions or comments about this? Director Jurgensen.
So most people who don't deal with school finance or finance in general don't understand the ramifications of this. Is there a layman's terms that we can use to explain to our taxpayers and residencies of D11 what this means for them?
Yeah, so I can try to summarize. So general obligation debt means that we levy a tax every year that's charged to all property taxes within district levy to make the payments on that debt. So by paying this off early, we will no longer levy those mills against your property. Your tax bill should go down. The ultimate savings of paying this off now will be about $10.8 million in interest over the next 8 years. We're paying this off 8 years early.
Do you have a number as to what amount of savings an average taxpayer would be able to see on their property bill next year?
Going a little bit from memory here, on a 400,000 and an average house around 400,000, I think it was around $26 per year.
Okay, that's $26 into the taxpayer's pocket. Director Jorgensen, do you have anything more?
Thank you for explaining that. Helps.
Director Nelson.
I just want to speak to that the district made a promise to pay the bond off early, and we are fulfilling that promise. And so it's pretty exciting that, especially in a time of economic recession, and that even $26, we're helping people out. And so just thank you for the previous boards that helped facilitate this, and Glenn Gustafson and yourself that helped make sure that we were able to be good stewards of our taxpayers' funding. So thank you.
And the mill levy override committee that has been,
Yes, absolutely.
overseeing the spending of those funds all along.
Yes, thank you that is a really good point. We have a lot of folks that help participate and volunteer on that committee, and so shout out to them for serving the district in that way.
Thank you for that thought. The promises that the previous board made, we are living up to that promise. Director Hart.
So, one question for you, Laura, is how much is it per year? And so, to my fellow board members, we did not give an exact date. This was the intent to pay it off this year in hopes that we had a bond pass. So I just want to go in eyes wide open. How much will we not have next year in our budget? And it might not seem very significant, but if we were to keep this another year, how much would we have as a result?
So what we would levy is just 1 year's worth of principal and interest payments, which is about approximately $8.4 million per year.
So we could have $8.4 million if we waited until, would it be January or next May, September?
That would be an entire year's worth. We only make principal payments in December.
Okay. So $8
Is
million would go a long way if
Well,
anybody
is that
wants to
something that
hang
you
on
are
to this.
advocating for, Director Hart?
I think it's worthy of discussion.
Okay.
But I don't know if there's
We got
interest.
to have the discussion now. It's a
I know we
non-action
do.
item.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
So I don't know how it sounds like there is great interest in paying it off right now. But, when I look at our needs, and yes, we have nearly $50 million that we're going to use toward various projects and programs and facilities. However, is there any interest in holding on to this for another year? And still paying it off early?
What's the interest on the bond?
I think the coupons on the remaining bonds are 2%.
That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
And that might be the more fiscally responsible opportunity, honestly.
I think the difference that the district made in deciding to hang this for discussion was the $50 million is not asking any new money from the constituents of which we support. The extension of this bond is asking people to continue to pay mill that there was a gentleman's agreement that we would pay off beforehand. And so it is not just $8.5 million more dollars in the budget. It is asking citizens to continue to pay at a time where the economy has not been supportive, and the feedback that we got on the bond was, don't ask us for more money. And so it seemed disingenuous from the district's perspective to say, well, I have the law on my side for you to have to continue to give me $8.5 million dollars. and I'll still pay it off early by just delaying it a year. And so we thought we would create a stronger opportunity to get a bond in the future by not getting 8.5 this year, to be able to go for a couple of $100 million a couple of years from now. So that was the decision of the district to bring it forward.
And we have the money that has been set aside in the 2017 MLO. So if we are going to ask for $8.5 million more when we have that money set aside right now to repayment of the bonds, that may have to go even to the mill levy oversight committee to see if they are willing to release that money for some other purpose. So do you want to add on to it, Director Art?
Well, I don't think that we would be using the money for something else. We would still be using it to pay off the bond, but we would just be delaying it for a year. And as to gentlemen's agreements, the situation of not having a bond pass, that was part of the hope there. And to Director Jorgensen's excellent point, what is the interest rate? You can't get a 2% loan right now, I don't think. So I just think that's worthy of consideration, because as a voter in D11, I would say, yes, if you can have $8.5 million or 8.4, whatever it was, more cheaply, that is probably worthy of taxing me another $26 for next year. But that's all for me.
Yeah, thank you. It goes back to the point, we have the money to pay it off right now. But if we then delay it, why delay it 1 year? Why can't we delay it 2 years, 3 years at $8.5 million at 2% bond? So it's just a promise made to the community, and your point is valid. If that is the will of the board, we can talk about it. Any other comments? Director Nelson.
Mr. Gall and Dr. Melpacum already touched on what I was going to share, but you're right, we could hang on to it for another year. We would need to, so as part of that 2017 MLO election question, it said we would commit to paying off the debt early. It didn't say now. So, 8 years early versus 7 years early. But that would then require, I believe, an amendment to the PIP, so that then the money would be funneled instead of to a pot for paying off the bond. It would now be diverted to something else. So it could be perceived that the community would view it as you have the money in a pot and yet you aren't releasing it. So that's just one thought, that that we would maybe be seen as kind of being sneaky, that we have the money. The reason we did this MLO back in 2017 was to have this PIP that would put the money to the side. It's there now, and so that's just one thought, that it could be seen as being sneaky.
Which is kind of what I was referencing with that amendment. Would it require a PIP amendment if we are going to defer this for a later time?
I assume that you would run this through the mill levy committee, because you would repurpose some of the money set aside. If we levied additional taxes and collected more money, we would no longer need part of the money that's set aside for this
Right,
purpose.
and then we would have to do a PIP.
Yeah, I don't know what the process
Mill
is
levy
for the
amendment.
mill levy, but I'm sure the mill levy committee would make a recommendation on how to.
Okay. Director Bankus.
I think when we talk about returning or to pay off the loan early, I think that we have said that from the dais. We've had that in community conversations. I think if we are building trust within our community, that we need to stick with what we've said. And so I would be in favor of paying it off now. I understand the financial piece. You're right, 2% interest and all the rest of it. But we're in the business also of working with our community and working with the people who support us, and part of that is to do what we say what we're going to do, and then do what we say we were going to do, and paying it off early and showing our community that we understand that these are hard economic times, that we have made a promise to them that we would pay it off early. We have spent the money in accordance with the way in which we laid it out in order to win the bond, or the, whatever it is, the MLO. Then we just need to follow through. If we're going to come back to our community again with an ask, then we can look back on this and say, you know what, we said we were going to pay it off early. We did. We paid it off 8 years early because we are good stewards of your money. And we can, you can rest assured that we will go forth in asking you for money again, that we will fulfill the promises that we made to you. And you can look back at this as evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pankis. Director Loma.
Well, I want to echo her sentiments and Mr. Gall's sentiments. It's perception. Right now, the perception of D11, no matter how good we say we spend our money, the people don't believe it. And so you got to fight through that. And this is one little chip away at that perception, because you can market that later on. You can say you can actually use it as a marketing tool if you're going to come back to the community for a bond. Otherwise, it'll be tough. It'll be a tough sell. I agree with it. I think it's good. And so I'm all for it.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? From the feedback that I'm getting from the board, Director Art was the only one that said that she wants to consider delaying calling this bond at this point in time. Is there any other support for that at this point in time? Director Nelson, you want to add something more?
I just want to say thank you, Director Ott, for bringing that conversation about. I think it is valuable that we discuss the details and take a step back and look at it. So I don't want you to feel like you're alone in that. I knew about this in advance also and have been trying to figure it out myself. So I landed in one place, but we didn't have that conversation as a board. So thank you.
Yeah, it is a difficult conversation, understanding the needs of the district, and we know that 8 million or 80 million, we can certainly put that to use in our facilities. Director Hart.
I appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. So going back to the community, the message from the board is this was a promise that was made, and this is a promise that is being kept by the board. So it goes back to the fiscal responsibility, using the taxpayers' dollars judiciously, and Director Loma and some of the other board members talked about that to the district too, we can use this to earn goodwill with our community. So if a couple of years from now, at the time the board that is seated here is probably have to revisit this conversation about going for another bond. So we can go back with the earned goodwill from having paid off this bond as we promised we would. There is our board counsel here too, Ms. Crawford. Does she need to add anything to this conversation at this time? Okay, she's been waiting patiently. So, Ms. Crawford, thank you for your help and support. The resolutions that have been hung on board docs, you have taken a look at it, and the legal language and everything like that is appropriate. I'm not the attorney. You can just give me a thumbs up or not, or you can speak to. Okay.
No, it's fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are now on our screens too, so thank you for staying up late and helping us out with this conversation.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, with that, this can go as an action item coming up in a couple of weeks. So thank you. And we have last item on the non-action board policy KDB and regulation KDB/R. And again, Superintendent Gall, this item is new. and Dr.
Dr. X
is already here to share this information with the board.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall, members of the board. Policy KDB and regulation KDB-R are being revised to align to applicable Colorado revised statutes. New language includes the term public records where it is appropriate. Revisions also include an increase in the fees associated with the preparation and disclosure of public records, the inclusion of Public School Financial Transparency Act in the text, and general editing for alignment to open records practice.
Okay, that was quick. So you had to wait all this time to also come and share that with us. So any thoughts or comments on this policy, Director Nelson?
Just one question. On page 4 of 5, it talks about the cost being 25 cents per standard page. Is that, are we charging for emails also, or do you mean printed page?
It's a printed page.
Okay. So maybe we could just modify that language of, I didn't know what standard meant.
Okay.
So I didn't know if it was, we're charging for emails. So, thank you.
Okay. Could that be captured before it comes as action item?
Absolutely.
If it is the will of the board?
Absolutely.
Is the will of the board? Okay, thank you. Director Art.
Thank you. Do we approve the regulation for this one? Because I know we don't approve all regulations.
The only regulation that I'm aware of is the budget, the DAC subcommittee or DAC committee, the policy that's associated with DAC. I don't know, maybe we do. Do you know if we?
If there's they would approve the regulation if there's a requirement to have a regulation by law.
Okay, well, something we can look into. But my question is, when we're making charges and we have $30 proposed per hour of work, I mean, it's just an easy workaround if I ask you for one request today and tomorrow another one and the next one, so that suddenly you're faced with 5 different requests, and you can't charge me ever, even if it takes 5 hours, because I've just worked around your system. Is there a way to address that?
Unfortunately, there is not.
I know, I just gave it away. The other question, I guess, is we were talking about transparency and accountability and openness. A question I would have is, how do we skew it? Do you think that this policy will skew that direction toward accountability, not accountability, sorry, transparency, versus control of the superintendent or designee? Maybe that's not clear. It's easy to say no and then go through a CORA request again until somebody is suing us because we haven't been open enough. And I guess my concern is the superintendent or designee shall be responsible for reviewing requests for records and allowing or denying them in accordance with applicable state and federal laws. And it depends on how you want to interpret those, perhaps.
The provision's pretty, the detail inside of the statute is pretty, it's pretty detailed and it's pretty extensive. So we are subject to be transparent, so we can't really hold.
Greg, frame it the other way. How many have we canceled or denied?
This year I'll just give this number if it's okay. We've had 25 since August 1. We have only denied 1.
And what was the grounds of that denial?
It was a request for blueprints of schools. So we denied that because it was the request of that was for blueprints that we shared with law enforcement, which gave away, not gave away, but would detail things about
So
our
the
building
district has
security.
demonstrated its transparency, and this policy change will continue for us to be transparent even with the change.
Absolutely.
And the board president has asked for regular communications of what the open core requests are to the board to continue with that transparency. The board understands what information is being requested of the public entity of which we serve.
Correct, and that's a breakdown I will share with you to share with the board.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for providing that report. It's going to come, I sent the first Cora request report to the board, and this will, in the future, be a quarterly report that will be hung on SharePoint by Ms. Hidalgo, and she will let us know when that is.
So,
Director Art.
just to wrap it up, I appreciate that. I appreciate the openness the superintendent seems to be approaching with as well. And of course, policies hopefully protect us from people who would think otherwise. So I appreciate the reassurance, and I hope that continues to be the focus of the district. Thank you.
So just to provide some clarity on the fees, it used to be $20 an hour, and now it's changed to $30 an hour.
Yes, which is actually a discount from what the state actually has, which is $33.58.
Okay. And you also have, there is no fee for the first hour of work.
Correct, that's in the law.
Okay, great. Okay, any further questions? Okay, can this go to consent? Okay, thank you. Okay, request for new agenda items for board discussion tasks. Director Nelson, you are first up.
I just wanted to follow up. I meant to address this in my board comment that a previous future agenda item that I asked for, I received an email. It was about asking some questions on our personnel information that comes every meeting. And so I just wanted the community, if you're still watching, to know that that ask was addressed and that the administration provided for that, even though it looks the same on board docs. That when I asked about new positions, it was explained that they're not new positions that are outside of what the board has approved. They're just maybe vacancies that have been filled. So just wanted to make sure that the community knew that it was addressed, even though it looks the same going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. So that's not a new request. That's a request that's taken care of. Yeah, promises made, promises kept. Director Loma.
I just want to emphasize or re-emphasize that we need to discuss what I mentioned in the opening board report. I think that needs to be brought to the table.
And that was NEA? Was that with NEA?
Yeah.
So what's your ask? I mean,
We bring that to the board and resolve that. I want a resolution. I want our union to say it doesn't agree with the National Education Association, which they pay fees to.
On what topic?
On the topic I mentioned in the earlier, yeah.
well,
There-
we know, we heard
Yeah, I
him.
mean-
It's just a controversial topic. Let's leave
I
it
can
off
read
the
the
thing.
article again. if it-
Right, no, let's
Okay.
not do it again. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. But you have something to add, Director Jerkins?
I think valid point to discuss. I had some concerns as well. Whether we take a work session to talk through that or not, I don't know if that's the right time for this. I would love to have an email or a response from our union rep about that. I think that'd be a good place to start. But taking a work session to dive into it without having more information about it, I think is probably a better starting point.
Okay. So let's see, you made the request already publicly in your board member reports, so we will defer to our CSEA if they are going to respond back to your, what you have on table. So-
Well, and if they don't, then I would like the board to make a resolution condemning that.
Okay, we can talk about that.
Okay.
When we proceed further along, let's first yeah, Director Loma has made that request, so we leave it to the union if they want to make a response, okay? And we leave it at that, okay, at this point in time, okay, for now. Okay, and then if the board's will is to proceed further, if nothing happens, then that's the collective board's will. If 4 or 5 board members want a resolution on that topic, we certainly, or the entire board wants a resolution, whatever way. It's the will of the board. Any further requests from the board? Okay, with that, I do want to bring up one thing that's coming up. at the next work session. And one of the requests that was made earlier in the year, Director Art, you brought up to the table, which was, is it Initiative FF or is it Referendum FF? Whatever, the healthy meals thing. And then Director Jurgensen, you brought about something with the recreational marijuana thing. If the board is going to be interested in one or both of those resolutions, that's got to happen next week at the work session, okay? Because there is a timeline that we need to follow, and then it's got to come as a resolution that the board has to adopt at a future board meeting, and ballots drop. Ballots drop in the middle of October, I think, sometime. So if the board has to take a stance on this, it has to happen next week. And I talked with Superintendent Gall about this, and he's got a packed work agenda for next week. So is this a topic that the board is still interested in pursuing at the work session, talking about both of these items, and if the board wants to take public stance on either or both of these? No, I don't. You don't? Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay, that's one no. Oh, okay, I have Director Art. Director Art.
Thank you. I'd like to hold the board to its word that we were going to consider FF, and I would like to discuss it next week.
Okay. And that's fine. And then we are going to discuss the other recreational marijuana item too, which the board said.
The board agreed to that as well?
Yep, that's agreed to that as well. So is that the will of the board? Okay, I have one person that doesn't want to do it. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 people. I see at least 4 thumbs up out there. So with that, Superintendent Gall.
I can provide an update from Food Nutrition Services on the benefits of students being properly fed and the amount of free and reduced lunches and things that we've supported. But it will not take a position neither for nor against on the House bill. I will not task my staff with any requirement on recreational marijuana use, so I will ask the board to have to bring any of those particulars to that meeting on your own. It's outside of the purview. All my kids are nobody's 21, so I got nothing to do with it.
Thank you. Director Jurgensen.
Yeah, with the loaded agenda, perhaps with these 2 items, what's hung on board docs, we come prepared with just questions and feedback so that we're not taking 30 minutes on each initiative, but the board has done their homework and has maybe, their top pieces to discuss so that we can have a succinct and decisive conversation about it, to honor our time of not having 4 or 5 hour work sessions.
Okay, so you, since you made that request, can you come with the information that what Superintendent Gall was having to, or provide that information to Marcella so it can be hung on board docs for that? You can, it's already on. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it.
I too, in much the same vein as Superintendent Gall, will bring facts from our county, what we've seen as far as drug use and expansion in youth and families as a result of the medical marijuana in the community, county data, things like that. I'll bring that to have hung on board docs by Marcella as soon as I can.
And if possible, a resolution too for a board to consider?
Potential, sure.
Potential resolution. Okay. And can you do the same thing, Director Art, with what you requested? Okay. Thank you. So let's make that conversation at the next work session, since the primary focus of that work session is going to be on the items that the administration is this. So come prepared to have that conversation, whether we want to adopt either of those resolutions or neither of those resolutions on, or one of them on October 12th at the board meeting that time. Calendar review. So on October 5th work session, the topics are going to be student enrollment averaging. This is going to be the effects of enrollment averaging, and Superintendent Gall and his team will be prepared for that conversation. And then we are going to circle back to the fund balance conversation from last week. We are not going to go over all the items again. It is just to get the board feedback on whether you're going to be in support of some of those items or not. If you already have some thoughts, I know Director Bank has sent an email, so if you have any specific thoughts, you can already share it with.
Yeah, can I offer to help facilitate? I would request by the end of the, actually, I would love it by tomorrow, but I'll give it by Friday at noon. If there are line items from any of the board members on the fund balance, please send them over so we can come prepared with a new recommendation going forward.
Okay. So can you make that request that Superintendent Gall by Friday, did you say? Superintendent?
Yeah, by Friday.
By
Because
Friday.
if I got to hang the thing on Friday for you
Yep.
to be ready on Wednesday, then I need to kind of really know tomorrow.
Okay.
And I have gotten a couple of inputs from some of the board members, but we really don't want to have to go over and rehash again. If you got something to say it over email, and we'll try and incorporate it.
And please do it as soon as possible, not even wait till Friday. Maybe you can do it tomorrow. Let me finish the rest of the calendar review and I'll come back to you. Wednesday, October 12th, here we will have a board meeting. October 19th, we will have a work session, and October 26th is a board meeting. Director Art.
Thank you. Just to the point of making adjustments to the fund balance document, Mr. Gall, if I write you and say that I disagree with one of them, that doesn't mean it should be removed.
No, it doesn't, but
Okay.
if you copy the board and everybody piles on and everybody says, yeah, they're good with that, I mean, we can get some work done. I'm still making a recommendation to the board, and then I want to get that recommendation closer to the board. We left the last meeting without getting any feedback from the board, and so I'm still just looking for that feedback to help inform the recommendation that I give to the board.
The only catch is, of course,
We can make decisions.
We can't have that discussion
Great.
by
Over email.
email.
So you can send it to me singularly, and I will weight that against how I want to make a new recommendation to the board.
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Thank you. Oh. Director Nelson.
Do you want the ESSER stuff too? Like the,
Yeah,
ones that-
anything that we talked about last week about how we want to program dollars differently, or things that you want to see that you haven't seen.
Okay.
Clearly, the tutoring and the increased dollar spend on direct academic achievement, we will be coming with new recommendations for that. That'll be new for you all to review at that time. But if there are other things that you saw that you want, please email myself and Chris Odom.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I will not be in attendance on October 26th. I'll be traveling, and I just want the board to know that I won't be here.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. You can talk to Marcella if you need a web link and you can participate remotely. Okay, that sounds good. May I have a motion to adjourn?
October 12th, I will be suffering on a beach somewhere, so I won't be here in state. Okay, I just want to let you know that.
Okay, thank you, Director Luma. Are you not going to be present too, Director Art?
No, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn. I move that the Board of Education adjourn.
Moved and seconded. Marcella, roll call, please.
Director Bankus? Aye. Director Daniels? Aye. Director Jorgensen? Aye. Director Loma? Aye. Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson? Aye. Director Ott?
The ayes have it. We are officially adjourned at 10:35 p.m.